Good morning, everyone. We're just checking to make sure that we can be heard in the Zoom webinar. Jake, can you hear us?
Yep, we can hear you in the Zoom room loud and clear.
Great, thank you very much. Chair, we will be ready to begin on time.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm showing a time of 9 a.m. We will go ahead and call the August 11th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting to order. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to do roll call. Commissioner Brown?
Present.
Commissioner Chavez?
Present.
Commissioner Hess?
Present.
Commissioner Price?
Present.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Good morning.
I'm sure you remember, Commissioners, that since one member of your commission is attending remotely, that the votes will have to be by roll call.
Thank you. And thank you, Jim, for, did you determine the legal notice? Thank you. First thing we will do is consideration of approval of minutes from the July 14th, 2022 and the July 28th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. Do we have any discussion or motion on those?
Madam Chair, I move that the Planning Commission approve the minutes from July 14, 2022 and our July 28, 2022 meeting.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. And we'll do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hess?
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chair Price?
Yes. Motion carries. Before we take up our first timed item, we will open the floor in the Zoom room for citizens input. This is an opportunity for anyone of the public to speak on any items or issues that are not on the consent agenda. Okay. I don't see anyone approaching the podium. Any hands in the Zoom room, Jake?
No, there are no hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay. I have a time of 9:02, and our first item is timed for 9:05. Okay, after the longest 3 minutes. Showing a time of 9:05, we will go ahead and bring up our first, really? I'm so sorry, that never happens. I'm usually like the one that's like, don't have your phone on. I apologize for that. Turn it off. Oh my God. Okay. Start over. Our 9:05 item is continued from July 14th, 2022. It is a public hearing in consideration of a proposed parcel map to create 3 commercially zoned lots, PM 21-31, and consider an inclusion under the original FEIR and addendum applicant Valley Oaks Partners LLC, Keith Gapuson, located at 18196 and 18426 South State Highway 29, Middletown, APNs 014-260-51, 36 and 24. Staff is requesting that this item be continued to our August 25th meeting. Staff?
Thank you. Mireya Turner, Deputy Director. There were a few pieces of information that were missing from this report, so we'd like to continue it to make sure that it's complete before it's presented to you as well. The Valley Oaks project is fairly complex, and so we'd like to, on August 25th, bring to you both the parcel map and the subdivision extension at the same time. The modification to the use permit for the specific plan of development needs a little more time, so that will come at a later date. Thank you.
Okay. And the applicant's aware and on board with the continuation as well? Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, looking for motion on the continuance as requested by staff.
Madam Chair?
Please.
I move that we continue agenda item 1 until our August 25, 2022 meeting, the commission's meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chair Price.
Aye. Motion shall carry. Our 907 item is discussion and consideration of recommendations to the Board of Supervisors regarding amendments to the county code pertaining to early activation permit regulations. Good morning, Andrew. Just have to jump over it. No, just kidding.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
Okay, so as you guys may know, on July 19, 2022, the Lake County Board of Supervisors passed a resolution and interim urgency ordinance implementing a temporary moratorium on the issuance of early activation of use permits for commercial cannabis cultivation, and has requested that the Cannabis Ordinance Task Force and the Lake County Planning Commission provide recommendations on a proposed ordinance to rescind specific sections of the Lake County zoning ordinance relating to early activation of use. On August 1st, 2022, the Cannabis Ordinance Task Force met to discuss recommendations on specified sections of the Lake County zoning ordinance relating to early activation of use, and there was a consensus in the task force to recommend the following to the Board of Supervisors: to rescind the early activation of use permits text from the zoning ordinance as it pertains to cannabis, and to establish a mechanism that allows cannabis permit applications to obtain a conditional letter of authorization and compliance from the County of Lake that would enable them to pursue both county and state licenses simultaneously, with no cultivation allowed until approval from both jurisdictions take place. So you guys are aware of the early activation situation. Perhaps County Council would like to explain it further, or not. I mean, it's open for discussion, and the board is requesting the Planning Commission's recommendation. So staff is here to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisors, excuse me, commissioners, if I may. I suppose I should be happy I didn't call you Your Honor. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay.
From a legal perspective. There have been issues with early activation and use permits, at least, not issues so much as conflicts, as they are both permits and they have the same requirements as permits. And that ends up duplicating efforts or requiring, or creating confusion. And I'm happy to go over that if you would like me to. A couple of points here. My understanding of the Board of Supervisors' request is that it pertains broadly to the changes to the cannabis ordinance, not just specifically to early activation, although that is one part where they're considering the removal of early activation permits. But that's also in relation to potentially any other processes. So, for example, streamlining the use permit process, making, for example, the minor use permit more applicable to cannabis instead of an early activation permit, or, as staff recommends, process for a letter. However, I will point out that any letter that the board or that this commission would recommend at this point cannot authorize the use. So it wouldn't by itself be a permit. It would have to be a letter that simply states that an individual, for example, is in the process. The only way that it could have a preliminary authorization is if there is something in the ordinance that allows for that, or for example, the letter that was provided as an example by staff from Calaveras County. Calaveras actually has in their ordinance a section that deals specifically with this letter and allows for and gives criteria for this letter. Our county does not have an ordinance section that allows for the same. So any letter that's recommended would have to be something short of authorization. And you could ask staff to clarify whether or not that would be sufficient for the state in the state's process. The state does require, before the issuance of its own licenses to the licensees, that the local municipality have actually approved the use. The only way under our current ordinance in which that is possible is if the use permit is issued or some other permit is issued that allows the use. So a letter would not do that. But if you're recommending to the board, your recommendation could include any broader scope of what your commission, based on the information you've been provided from the task force and from staff, what your commission would recommend as a workable solution to include in the ordinance that's eventually adopted that would allow for these projects to move forward, if that makes sense. And I'm happy to answer any questions that are related to it.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners for staff at this time? No? No, okay. So we can just keep this and
I'll note that there's a draft letter from Lake County in addition to the sample from Calaveras County, which also makes it explicitly clear that the applicant may not commence operations until things are aligned with the state. And I don't think that letter puts the county in any particular legal jeopardy, sent out the way it is. I welcome the rescinding of the EA language, early activation language. It's created a lot of confusion, intended or not, and I think that's a very helpful step forward.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Hess. I think this letter, everything that's on the letter, it makes it, it states that if you don't have anything here, that it is not an authorization, but unless you have the requirements. And I think the name change or the changing it from early activation to this authorization letter gives it more, it might not be as confusing. So to say again, like I agree with that statement.
Thank you. Nicole?
Commissioners, if I may, I will point out the sample letter provided by staff recommended for this county does use the language that describe the letter as an authorization to operate proposed business, and that is the language that is used there. At best, this is a contradiction with the other language that follows in the letter, and it could pose confusion I would recommend language along the lines of that the county is confirming the process and maybe a list of elements that the applicant has gone through, rather than language that says this is authorization to actually perform the use.
So you're referring to paragraph 2, the notwithstanding this notice and the attached conditional local authorization?
There are a number of, yes, and there are, and paragraph 1, the last sentence, proof of conditional local so this, that this is proof of conditional local authorization to operate your proposed business at the address noted above. The letter cannot be proof of conditional local authorization, unless the ordinance is drafted to define what that is and provide elements as to what needs to be met and whether or not that is in fact. Largely, that would be what a permit would do. And we don't have that criteria here. The letter, in my understanding, is to be provided prior to your review and approval of a permit. So this letter could not on its own be proof of conditional local authorization to perform the use that is proposed. So I would recommend language that does not, that is at best not confusing, at least. I know it does say later in the letter that you're not authorized, but then at the beginning
it does say, yeah, local authorization for your proposed business.
So perhaps language along the lines of that the commission is confirming that the applicant is going through the process, but that the letter does not in any way guarantee that that permit will be issued.
Or give them a green light to operate. Okay.
I have recently been contacted by the state with some of our applicants requesting a letter to provide to the state. They are aware that early activation is under a moratorium, or at least it has been, and when this was happening, the state seemed to want confirmation that they were in the environmental review and initial study phase, and that staff was coming close to or comfortable with a mitigated negative declaration to begin that process. That's something for your consideration. It seems to be where what the state would like to see, because some of these applications were at the earlier stages and we just said we're not at that point yet, and they understood and could not move forward. So
Okay. Any other suggestions for any type of change to the letter as it stands right now, or any further discussion? No?
I think the recommendation, is that working? I
Yeah.
think the recommendation by council makes sense, that we accept the proposed language and accept the letter as amended here today.
Okay. Are we in a consensus and we can do a roll call? We need a second on that? Or since it's just discussion, Nicole?
Well, if your commission is still within discussion, then and that's a suggestion to the commission, then certainly you can continue discussing it. But if you are at the stage of a motion, then I'm not sure if staff provided you language for a motion, but you could make a motion similar to along those lines that you would recommend, if it is true that your commission will recommend these suggestions from the task force, rescind the early activation use permit, and establish a mechanism by which applicants can obtain their state licensing, with the suggestion of the letter staff provided and including the changes discussed today,
Okay.
then that would be an appropriate motion.
I believe that was kind of where you were going, right, Commissioner Hess? Okay. Thank you, Nicole. So we have a motion on the floor to move forward with the letter and the amendments made here today. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Price.
Yes. Motion carries. Okay. Okay, moving on to our next item. Item number 3, a public hearing on consideration of major use permit UP 22-20 and mitigated negative declaration based on initial study IS 22-21. Applicant is Complies West, located at 20226 East Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, APNs 010-009-42, which is the tower site, 010-009-39, and 40, which are the access sites. Staff is requesting that this item be continued to August 25th, 2022.
Thank you. That, staff did make that request because frankly, I was expecting a much longer and more robust discussion on the last item, and I didn't want you to be here all day. But that one should be ready for our next meeting.
Okay. Item number 4.
And the applicant was notified of the continuance.
Thank you.
We have to move, continue.
Oh, I'm just moving right along. Go ahead, Commissioner Hess.
I move that the Planning Commission accept staff recommendation that this item be continued to August 25, 2022, our next Planning Commission meeting date.
I second.
Commissioner Hess,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chair Price.
Aye. Motion carries. Our next item is item number 4, public hearing on consideration of a proposed major use permit, UP 20-51, and mitigated negative declaration based on initial study IS 20-75 for 10 A-type 3 outdoor cultivation permits with a total canopy area of 432,800 square feet. Applicant is Lamperti Farms, located at 1111 Sulphur Bank Road, 13405 Jensen Road, 565 Sulphur Bank Drive, 1070 Sulphur Bank Drive, 14499 East State Highway 20, 1350 Sulphur Bank Drive, 1200 Sulphur Bank Drive, APNs 006-520-10, 006-520-11, 006-520-12, 0208, also 010-002-37, and 010-002-53. Byron, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Byron Turner, we'll be presenting this project this morning, use permit 20-51, along with IS 20-51 associated with it. Again, this is for Lamperti Farms. You mentioned the parcel numbers. Anthony Lamperti is the applicant. I'm going to start by going through, there were some errors in the staff report. Oh. So you should have received a green sheet, but I will go through the inconsistencies from the staff report. I will say that the initial study that was circulated does reflect these changes. These items that are in error in the staff report were based on an earlier initial study that did not get circulated. So what was in the initial study is correct, and what you're going to be deliberating on today. So the applicant is requesting actually 10 type A medium outdoor licenses, not 11. The 11 160 square foot harvest storage areas have been removed from the project. They're no longer, harvest will go directly to another site. The canopy is reduced from 447,000 to 432,000, and then cultivation area 433,000. So it's a less of a footprint canopy and cultivation area, which then results in less water being used, down to 22 acre feet per year. The farmland is identified as prime farmland and farmland of local importance. Sulphur Bank Road is fully paved. There's a reference to a 1,000-foot setback to a water course. That should be a 100-foot setback to a water course. It is over 100 feet from any water courses. And the total acreage of all the parcels combined is 256 acres. The parcel is approximately half an acre southwest of Highway 20 and Silver Bank Road, and the cultivation site is located 1,240 feet from the nearest community growth boundary. The water storage tanks are 10 and not 4. The general plan designation is actually agriculture with the zoning of APZ, WWSC. The CEQA document, which does reflect, again, all these actual project, circulated from 5/25 to 6/23 of 2022. Vegetative screening has been added as a condition of approval and also reflected in the initial study. And the mitigation measures found in the staff report reference a previous iteration of the initial study. I'll go over those later in the presentation. But the mitigations found in the initial study are added as conditions of approval. The permit request, again, is for 10 A Type 3 outdoor cultivation license on a 257-acre parcel. There was early activation associated with this project. The zoning, there's various zonings on and around the site. It's kind of a hodgepodge of zonings, but the site is actually zoned APZ. The general plan is agriculture. It's in the shoreline community planning area, and it's approximately 1,240 feet from the nearest community growth boundary. Parcels within the vicinity are zoned rural lands, rural residential, APZ, and other, as well as some suburban reserve, resort commercial, and rural residential. So a hodgepodge of zoning all around there. Supervisory District 3. It's about 7 miles away from Clear Lake, directly adjacent to the lake, and half a mile from Highway 20.
Byron?
Yes.
What is the distance from to the lake?
To the lake, I believe I have that.
Or even your previous
You know
slide.
what?
Can you go to your previous
Yeah.
slide?
So the
Does that
cultivation,
kind of give you an idea?
cultivation area is here. So we're over 100 feet. I think the applicant will know exactly when they give their presentation. Again, we discussed the canopy size. There are 2 existing wells on site. However, only 1 will be used for this project. There is an existing residence and barns. They're not a part of this project. There is proposed to be 10 water storage tanks. The well is a high producing well, and it's expected to use 22.2 acre feet per year. Looking at 12 employees during peak cultivation season and 36 during harvest season up to, which results in 48 to 72 trips per day during harvest season and 150 to 200 trips during construction. Access is from Sulphur Bank Drive. It's in the Schindler Creek frontal Clear Lake watershed. And cannabis cultivation is set back a minimum of 100 feet from the top of bank of any water body, including Clear Lake. So the staff reviewed the Lake County General Plan, the Shoreline Communities Area Plan, the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, as well as state regulations in reviewing this project. It's in the Agricultural General Plan designation. There were no conflicting policies within the general plan, and there are no specific policies regarding commercial cannabis located in the general plan. Shoreline Area Communities Plan, again, there were no conflicts within the Shoreline Area Community Plan. And also reviewed where Article 26, general uses permitted, Article 4, the Ag Protection District, and the Waterway Combining District. Just a little about a Waterway Combining District. There is no development planned to occur within 120 feet of a watercourse, and with an approved major use permit, the project is compliant with the WW District and meets the established requirements. This was analyzed under CEQA. There was a mitigated native declaration associated with this project. All identified impacts are mitigated and reduced to less significant impact. It was prepared and circulated for public review from 5/25 to 6/23 of 2022. The CEQA analysis looked at, all the items that potentially could cause impacts to resources and mitigated for them. Your findings if the commission chooses to make the findings and approve this project, I would request that the reference the findings AES 1 through 2, AQ 1 through 6, Bio 1 through 4, HAZ 1 through 8, and Hydrology 1 through 2, which are the mitigation measures found in the initial study that should have been referenced in the staff report. It is staff's recommendation that the commission adopt the mitigated native declaration, initial study 20-51, and approve the use permit 20-14 with the conditions of approval as amended and the findings as amended. I'm available for questions, and I know the applicant has a presentation as well.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I might interrupt, I'm sorry. During Mr. Turner's presentation, an item came to County Council attention and myself regarding the proximity to the lake, it specifically to the lake being categorized as public lands or park. We'd like to continue this item to later in today's session to see if we can seek clarity and confirm that that is not a conflict.
Okay, and that being said, did you want the applicant to give their presentation now, or did you want to wait to gather your information and we can continue it till a little bit later on today? Did you want to hear the staff report? Or not the staff report, did you want to have the applicant do their presentation as well?
Sorry, go ahead.
At this point, I think it would be better if we seek internal confirmation of
Okay.
that one point, since it is a significant issue. And then if it pleases the commission, we can go forward with the rest of it if we can get that clarified.
Okay.
Thank you.
And do we need a formal motion to continue?
Yes, if you're making a decision, if your commission is making a decision to continue this item, then you would make a formal motion to continue, and you would say to when you would continue it. You can continue the item to later today if you like.
Okay. If that's what internally we need to do, I think that's best.
I agree.
Do we have an informal motion? I can make a motion, can I?
I move to continue this item after we hear other items, so moving it down the line.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chair Price.
Aye. Motion carries. We will take up this item later on today after. Yes, Nicole?
Madam Chair, just to clarify, just to answer your question from earlier, you may not make a motion from the chair. However, you can make a second. If you would like to make a motion, you can temporarily assign the gavel to someone else and move from the chair. Make a motion then, and then return after the motion is completed.
Thank you. Next item we will be bringing up, I believe we are on time. Item number 5, public hearing of consideration of a proposed rezone, RZ 22-01, and a general plan amendment, GPA 22-01. Applicant is Valerie Pang. Project located at 11377 Highway 29, Lower Lake, APN 049-300-02.
It doesn't say applicant and presentation.
I think the one below it.
Yes. See these things?
That one, that's the correct one.
that one?
Yep. F5.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Members of the audience. I got it. Thanks, Sam. Valerie Pang has applied for a rezone and a general plan amendment, and we required an initial study. However, CEQA is not applicable when the recommendation is for denial, which I'll get into in a moment. So the request is to rezone a property. It's currently zoned C3. It's located in the Lower Lake. It's accessible by Clayton Creek Road. It abuts Highway 29 and is not accessible directly from Highway 29. You've got to take side streets and cut through properties to get to the site. Again, applicants requesting a rezone from C3 service commercial to C2 community commercial for the purpose of selling retail cannabis. Current general plan is service commercial, proposed is community commercial to align with the C2 zoning district. So the site's located right here. As I indicated, it's right on the highway 29. It's completely surrounded by C3 on the south side of Highway 29 at this location. And the properties across Highway 29 are all agriculturally zoned, larger lots, productive ag land. Indicated the intent of the applicant. Initially, it seemed like it may be doable, for lack of a better word. However, the more discussion we had internally on it, it became pretty evident that C2 and C3 are very different. They have different characteristics. C3 is intended for larger lots with less public access than C2 uses would typically allow. C2 uses are intended for the general public. They tend to be directly accessible. C3, on the other hand, is more high-intensity commercial. In this case, they're abutting a mini storage to the, what I guess would be the south, and a trekking yard to the north. It would create a little pocket of C2 amidst C3 zoning. The building is here. It's about 2,000 square feet, 2-story. It's been used as a yoga studio in the past, which is a by right use in the C3 zone as a health facility. So the prior use is not in question. The proposed use is also not in question if the zone change is approved, because commercial cannabis retail is what's called a by right use in the C2 zone. One of the problems that I had with this proposal is access. There is no access from Highway 20. So anyone wanting to access the site would have to take a side street. And the side street is located roughly a quarter mile beyond the facility itself. They would then go into the properties, turn on Clayton Creek Drive, and then they would cut through several commercial properties to access this building. I indicated what the neighboring uses are already. I indicated that we did an initial study. However, CEQA is not applicable when a denial recommendation is being proposed. So the general plan current is service commercial, and in the staff report it identifies what is typified by service commercial designations versus community commercial designations. I indicated the project represents a spot zoning. There is no other C2 zoned land in the vicinity. Project site is not located within any community growth boundary. Area plan, it's within the Lower Lake area plan, and there's no policies that directly relate to rezoning. And you can see here, Clayton Creek Drive would be the point of access into this site. So anybody wanting to access it would come up this road, turn, go past 2 buildings, and ultimately end up at this building, which is adjacent to Highway 29. Zoning ordinance C2, I indicated that retail sales of cannabis are an outright use. The use itself is not in question here. It has only to do with the rezone and general plan amendment. So I need to be clear on that. If it were Zone C2, debatably, they could move in and begin retail sales. Continuing with the zoning ordinance, Article 47 addresses ordinance text amendment and rezone amendments. The applicant has provided a Mylar. The Mylar is sufficient if the Planning Commission recommends the adoption of this rezone general plan amendment. Ultimately, the result of the Planning Commission is going to be a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. Whether it's approval, denial, continuance would be up to the Planning Commission, but the result would be a recommendation. It would not be the final decision. CEQA, as I indicated, we did the initial study. However, because the recommendation is for denial, we did not need to apply CEQA review to the proposal. At the time the initial study was written, the recommendation for denial had not been discussed internally to any degree. So we proceeded with the creation of the initial study. So the recommendation, we recommend that the Planning Commission do not we recommend that the Planning Commission recommend that the board does not adopt initial study IS 22-20, and that the Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors do not adopt or deny General Plan Amendment 22-1 and RZ 22-1. And that concludes my presentation unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Eric. I believe the applicant is present. Any questions from the commissioners for staff before we open it up for public comment? No?
Eric,
Yes, sir.
that's the old Bikram Yoga studio, and then
Yes.
Epidendio Construction is just beyond it?
Yes.
Isn't there also access via Spruce Grove Road, or is it only?
I believe so. The point I was trying to make was there was no direct access from the highway,
Yeah, that's certainly true.
and it's circuitous to get to that site.
Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Chavez, any questions or comments for staff before I open it up for public comment? You're muted, but I think you said not at this time.
Yeah, not at this time.
Thank you. I will open this item up for discussion, public comment. If anyone wishes to speak on this item. No, if you'd like to, yeah, you're welcome to approach the podium. Please be sure to state your first and last name.
Hello, this is Valerie Peng, applicant.
Good morning. We can hear you. Yeah.
I actually sent a PowerPoint in to the planning department, and I would like to have the opportunity to present the project and highlight the key indicators and factors as to why this rezone is actually appropriate.
Okay. Staff, can we work on getting that PowerPoint, please?
I believe it was handed out by Green Sheet. It would have arrived
Yes.
by email.
But if it was sent in any way that she can present it to the public, I think that would be helpful.
Okay. Yes.
I appreciate
believe
everyone's
so.
patience.
I probably need to move.
While we're doing that, I can actually introduce myself formally, professionally to the commission. My name is Valerie Peng. I've been a Lake County resident for 36 years. I have a master's degree in psychology and social work. I graduated valedictorian of Sacramento State University, published with Shingle Springs Tribe, very valid research in regards to education, and acquired a $2 million grant. Right out of college, I was given an opportunity to work for a human rights law firm, also where I completed my clinical hours for my ACSW. I came back to Lake County after my graduated, and I got some experience. I became a 10-year professor at Yuba Community College, which is now Woodland Community College. I went on now to work for the president of the hospital on a few different community projects, and I opened my own foundation, Midori Foundation, where we present scholarships to our community members, tribal members, and elderly that are leaving the hospital without the proper equipment that their medical facilities and insurance will not pay for. So that's a little bit about myself. With full support from my colleagues, I went into cannabis professionally 3 years ago and now own a cannabis business firm. I own Spring Valley Organics, which is an outdoor cultivation here in Lake County. I own an indoor cultivation in Sonoma County, a huge distribution and processing center in Lower Lake, and I would like to fully integrate my business with my brands that are now in 12 stores in California. With my brands, I'd like to fully integrate with a dispensary project. Oh, here you go. Thank you. Okay.
Or maybe we can have somebody do it.
Can you do it for me, Eric? Okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Byron. So the proposed name of the project is Herbal Sanctuary. Obviously, we will not only be supporting cannabis, but also a lot of different herbal modalities, holistic wellness. I wanted to go over the project timeline just really quick. I have a financial advisory team, Green Growth CPA firm, and my business attorney. And so they're recommending that I fully vertically integrate so that when there's fluctuations in the market, that my businesses don't go under, and that I can also support my cultivation with the other aspects and my brands. So basically, right now, I'm one of the biggest buyers in California. So I buy about 1,000 pounds per month. I have a $4 million annual budget, and I work with a distribution out of Berkeley and Southern California. I buy for 2 brands. So within that, I learned that, hey, you know what, we need to kind of go for brands so that we can fully support the supply chain. So I applied on February 9th, or I applied on February 3rd. We spoke with Eric. He was to speak about the viability of the project. I applied May 3rd. Eric quickly responded. Within a month, he had wrote the staff report, submitted CEQA, a negative declaration. He requested an additional Mylar that we got in, and then I discussed the project if he needed any additional information. He seemed to say we didn't need anything. It was going to be a piece of cake. Seemed like it was doable, like he said. And then just last week, I got an email stating that he had changed his recommendation, which is why I'm here today. And the purpose of the presentation, can you move forward, Byron? This was his email. He's just apologized for the lateness, and I appreciate that. Move forward. Meet our team. So the purpose of me here today is basically to present the factors of the key indicators, the factors and the key indicators that actually deem this project appropriate, permissible to the general plan. So this is our team, Lee Burgess. He's the property owner. This is my partner, Louis Bolivar, and Green Growth, CPA firm, Sean Jackson, my business development attorney, Vincent Price out of Kelseyville, we all know him. Kyle, engineer, he's here today, thank you so much. And then Timothy Moreland, our state consultant. Some of the key indicators here is that the project fully supports Lake County's general plan by increasing employment, offering job training in an emerging industry, increasing cannabis local supply chain by supporting agricultural farms, distribution companies through supply purchasing. One of the key indicators here is the C3 to C2. It's a decrease, not an increase in an area. So I kind of wanted to highlight that it would be harder to change if I was in a complete retail zone going, I want to do C3, rather than in a C3 area where the property owner actually owns everything around it, and myself owns a business adjunct, and nobody is really against the project outside of one person that really doesn't believe in marijuana legally at all. So also it's CEQA exempt, so there's no changes to the building. And the negative declaration, although it didn't apply, we still have a negative declaration signed by the planning department. It was already sent to the clearinghouse. The initial study's already been completed. I wanted to show an aerial view of the project. So everything around it in green with a green dot is cannabis related. So the green dot is the green dot where the actual facility is. Obviously, we're applying for cannabis related. We support the project. The largest building over there closest to it, the owner actually owns all the land around it, all the businesses around it as well. And that's the largest hydroponic agricultural store in the south end of the lake, which we are so glad to have. Also, the other largest building right here on the end, the warehouse, that's my business, my distribution and processing center already, and I'm in full support of the project. I haven't reached out to Epindio because it was a little bit, I just found out last week that there wasn't a recommendation, but I would think that they would support this for sure. I mean, they are really awesome. And then my neighbor as well, he supports it. He's on vacation. So when he gets back, I'm going to ask for the letter. I asked his wife, though, and I spoke with him. Everything else, I mean, there isn't direct access from the highway. However, it's not a half a mile away. It's literally right off of the highway, take the left, and the only businesses that you're going through are mine and the owners. From Clayton Creek. From Spruce Grove on the other side, which it doesn't entail, it is about half a mile from Spruce Grove, but not from this side. Go ahead. So obviously the building looks way nicer than it was. We did make sure that aesthetically it's looking very nice. We are anticipating 20 customers a day because we're really going to apply an integrated delivery model and that Berkeley and now the Napa Valley has adopted. So Napa Valley is going to have 5 dispensaries, maybe 6 within the next year, to help with the retail things. So, and you can see in the front that there's a lot of parking already. So there was enough parking for 6 parking spaces and then a 7th handicap, ADA. So this is the building design. The building upgrades have been the fire and safety equipment installed, ADA access, changed doors, there was 1 walkway, state compliance surveillance and alarms. I actually should have waited on that, but I didn't think there was going to be an issue. So 30 days ago I put those in. There's window security, there's new hardwood flooring, new paint inside and outside. I've spent about $50,000 on the project, and I could buy a delivery license in Sonoma for $140. So I'm like, okay, this is why I'm here today, is I really want to make sure that I put as much energy forward and give you enough information to make educated decisions. So the business model that we're using are vertical integrations. This is the future of cannabis. I am the future of cannabis. I own Love Thyself, which is a women's collection, one of the first women's collections in the California market. I also own Damiana, which is a ceremonial cannabis brand. It's a microdose brand aimed at educating people on how to use herbs founded on education about like sacred plants. So basically, with the integrated delivery model, the brands is actually what has supply contracts with cultivations. The brands are not licensed. We're not licensed entities. So we are brands. So we have supply contracts with the cultivations, and we use the distros for logistics, for packaging, to get those to the retails that we have contracts with. I'm not I wanted to kind of highlight that because I haven't heard that much in this facility yet, but this is how it works these days. And the brands and distributions and retail support all of the cultivations, which is the main source of tax revenue in Lake County for cannabis. And that kind of sums up my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. Again, the purpose of today was to present the key factors and indicators that this is appropriate, permissible, and in line with the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I will go ahead and open this up. I mean, we're still in public comment, so if anyone, absolutely, you're welcome to speak on this item. Please be sure to state your first and last name. There's also a green sheet you can fill out eventually. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Tony Lamperti, and I would just like to thank her. I was born here in Lakeport in 1965. I would like to thank her very much for being born in Lake County, leaving Lake County, getting educated, and trying to bring amazing stuff back to Lake County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Jake, is there any hands in the Zoom room?
At this time, no, there are no hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay. Any comments from the public? Any more? I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission for some discussion. I would like to thank the applicant for the presentation. I know it takes time and effort. It brought a few things to light that I thought were important with the surrounding areas and all of the other businesses. I'm not saying all of the other businesses, but I do believe the main way to get to those other businesses is through Clayton Creek Road, not directly off the highway. I don't really have too much other to discuss. Anyone else have any questions or discussion regarding the zoning change?
I have some questions for the applicant.
Okay. We can hear you.
Hi, Valerie. Stingers up, first of all. Second of all, so I have some questions regarding the, so I don't remember if you specified that you guys would have a delivery option for your project.
Give her just a moment and she can come approach the microphone real quick.
Okay.
Good morning.
Did you want him to repeat the question?
Yeah, the delivery option?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Like if you were going to have, if people ordered cannabis, would you be able to go out and deliver from
Yes, that
your
would be the
dispensary?
integrated delivery model that we would be looking for.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, we would like to move forward with an integrated delivery model. We anticipate 2 delivery drivers.
Okay.
And about, I would say at peak times, we would have 5 employees working. And then hopefully a job development program as well with the college.
Yeah, okay. So my other question that I have is, where are your clients coming from if you are going to be open a dispensary there? What is your target audience or the majority of your clients coming from? How far are they driving to get to your dispensary?
It's definitely a local business. We're probably not going to have the normal street brands and things like that inside of the dispensary. It's a more, I would say, mature audience. So ages 30 to 50, especially because age 30 to 50 maybe are a little bit more discreet and would like a delivery outside of walking into a dispensary.
Right, and that was kind of like the reason, well, thank you for having your presentation here. It definitely cleared a lot of questions that I had regarding traffic and some of the questions that people had regarding traffic in this area. Because I believe I've driven by there and the roads aren't, last time I recalled it wasn't too great, but I had entered through Spruce, I think it was Spruce Grove. I don't know how the road maintenance is from the other side going around to Pendendio. But that was one of the questions. But if you're going to be doing delivery, I would assume that, you would have perhaps split between doing more deliveries than people actually going there.
Yeah.
So that definitely clears some of those questions or concerns actually regarding traffic in that area, and some of the neighbors' questions as well, with having people coming from around to enter that area. The other question, let me see. Yeah, I believe that was my main question. Just what kind of people, where people were coming from, and the option of delivery. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other questions?
You indicated that you have a processing facility just down the street, so to speak?
Yes.
So are you literally transporting product from there to the proposed location?
Well, right now my brands are being packaged in Sonoma, but if I were to open this facility, then I would bring that business here, package at my facility here, and then be able to transfer right there to the dispensary.
So you do want to engage in self-distribution from the Lake County location near the proposed dispensary?
Yes.
But you say you can't currently?
Right now I'm using a packaging facility in Sonoma.
Oh, so it's not currently, what's the status of that building then that you have?
Right now, we are doing some grading, but the market was super crazy last year. So we're doing some grading, and we're offering the processing center to cultivations who were not able to put up buildings to process. So we're offering it as a cannabis B&B service with metric compliance added to the package. So we have 2 cultivations that will be renting the facility for the processing, and then we can bring all the packaging from Sonoma to Lake to increase the revenue of my business here.
Well, yeah, is that a commitment you're making to
Oh,
the
yeah,
county?
definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
And will you continue to advertise as a Bikram Yoga Studio? That's what the sign says.
No, I'll continue to advertise as Herbal Sanctuary. I want to put in the DBA, but I just had to go for the rezone first.
Yeah. I believe in dispensaries. I think the county needs more of them in the unincorporated part of the county. I also mentioned the last time we approved a dispensary that there's a extensive UC Davis Yale study indicating that fewer opioid deaths occur in areas where there is an easily accessible dispensary. So I'm favorable, but your presentation, while thorough, didn't discuss the issue of spot zoning specifically. Could you go into more detail about that?
Spot zoning is discouraged, not impermissible.
But your reasons for it. I know what spot zoning is. Yeah.
It's not impermissible in this area due to all the properties surrounding being the owner, that I think that the decrease in the C2 would be appropriate, especially if it's supporting the entire general plan and the cannabis industry as a whole.
Thank you.
Commissioners, small correction on spot zoning. Spot zoning is not actually permissible. There are circumstances where there may be permissible exceptions to that rule generally. That is when there are uses that are in the best interest of the public. So for example, a dire need for housing for the elderly or placement of a hospital, that type of thing. But spot zoning generally either is defined as the isolation of a piece of property through zoning, either for increased or decreased use. So it relates back to discriminating against that particular individual property in relation to all the properties around it and the permitted uses that are allowed there. And the courts have applied that to both uses that are greater than, so to speak, the surrounding zoning, or uses that are restricted further than the surrounding zoning, so it applies in both circumstances, and spot zoning in those circumstances is not permissible. So should you find that this is spot zoning, then it would not be a permissible change in zoning.
I think dire need, economically, cannabis industry, the amount of money that's been spent here is a dire need. So I do think that this is a dire need, and that's why it is appropriate. I mean, we definitely need retail in Lake County, and we need brands, and we need distributions to support the local economics. More than 50% of the cultivations are not going to be operating next year.
Commissioners, just as a clarification, need is not defined based on the business interests of the applicant. The need is based on the public's interest. So it would be a substantial public need existing that you would have to find that there was to find that there is a permissible spot zoning. You would need to find that there is a substantial public interest need for this particular change in zoning, and that it is in the public's best interest. So it is the public's interest here that is important, and not the interest of an industry or an individual business owner.
It is definitely the public's interest to have safe access to medicine and to herbal sanctuary.
Thank you.
If it pleases the commission, I'd like to add a little bit of a detail that might help with clarity.
Sure.
The late timing of the reversal of the position is entirely due to my joining the staff and starting to review staff reports. Historically, we don't let spot zoning come across the counter, so this project would not have reached you before. So when I took a look at the staff report, I kept in mind that spot zoning is rarely ever done, and that's because it can introduce land use conflicts. And we look not just at the project before us, but all the other uses that would become possible in the future should the land be sold or should the business change. Service commercial, our C3 district, is an area that allows for higher impacts that could be objectionable in the C2 district, which is community commercial. So it's not, so to change the zoning to C2 is not really lessening the impact, it's actually just changing it. And so it's changing it from an area or a zone where the general plan and the zoning ordinance say this is where we want to have the stinkier, the louder auto body shops, warehouses, things like that, as opposed to where we've assigned community commercial, which is where people walk down the street and you go into the professional office, or you go into a restaurant or a cafe or things like the flower shop. Those are all allowable uses in C2. So if we were to change this from C3 to C2, we would be saying that in this one parcel, surrounded by all these other parcels that have been preserved for objectionable or higher impact activity, we think it's okay to make this similar to what we would see in our communities, like where we have more public traffic and public interaction. And that is why, also aside from what County Council has said, that's why we do not usually entertain spot zoning applications. Thank you.
Thank you.
And actually, to highlight Commissioner Hess's comment on decreasing opioid use, so it is in the public's best interest to have access at all times.
I have a comment. So regarding spot zoning, like I totally understand how it works and what is up for in play here in changing the zoning for this parcel. So previous use was a yoga studio. What is the difference between having people going there for yoga to having people go there to pick up cannabis somewhere where people can't necessarily hang out or stay for a long period of time? And the fact that there is other businesses here, which are, for example, the other business that is owned by the applicant, that is part of the same, under the same sort of blanket. So I see that the how this could affect and what effects can come from changing the zoning. Like, for example, in the future, because of the surroundings, there wouldn't somebody wouldn't put a coffee shop, which a coffee shop could potentially work in that area as well. If you're having people leaving town or coming into town that want to. So regarding to the actual change, I don't believe that it is spot zoning, but I feel like it would work in this case because of the surrounding uses, cannabis related, like the hydroponics store as well, and then the distribution or manufacturing plant that is there, also owned by the applicant. So that's just my take in how I'm viewing this. Correct me if I'm wrong, or if there's any comments from council about my comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez.
Commissioners, if I may, if your commission ultimately does find that this is spot zoning and chooses to find it to be permissible spot zoning, I would ask that you explain for the record your analysis and your reasoning and your findings for how this is in this particular use and this particular change is for the substantial public need and the public interest.
So I have a question in relationship to Commissioner Chavez. In terms of the previous business that was there, and one of the things that I'm leaning towards is we have a great need, and I think that's understood in terms of what's happening to young people in our community. We're talking about some of the highest rates of suicide, the highest rates of mental health issues. I attended, not in the capacity for the county, but in my own profession, a Wellville gathering. I'm not sure if anybody's familiar with the Wellville gathering that's happening, but Lake County was identified as one of the 5 counties in the United States that has the highest disparities in those areas. And so when we're talking not only dispensaries, but when we're talking other holistic medicines, that's something that we have to be aware of and understand. And as a tribal person, I can attribute a lot of deaths in my community to opioid use just through the local clinic by people over-medicating. And so when I hear the opportunity that's in front of us, I think there's a benefit and a need. And I think that's kind of been outlined here by the applicant. And so I'm looking at what is actually stopping this from being rezoned. And so far I'm hearing the access, not direct access, which we understand is already the situation, and the previous business operated there. And so I'm not clear on how that's stopping this from moving forward. And so that's what I would ask for clarification from Eric. And then I think the the 27th, that's not too long ago. For the change to happen, I think we have to really be cautious in terms of what we look at, what we deny, and what we approve, and think about the future of this county, and I say this all the time in public meetings. I've said this in the Board of Supervisors meetings, to the Planning Commission prior to myself being a member, that my relatives in my community have been here for more than 10,000 years, and we're going to be here. And so when I look at the disparities, not only in the community that I come from, but Lake County as a whole, we have to consider that in some of the planning and what we do, what businesses that come here, the applications, and how do we evaluate that need outside of what we're specifically talking about right here. And so that's where I'm having a little bit of difficulty trying to separate some of that, because I know there's the need. I know what we have to look at is in front of us, but I'm really leaning towards how do we support this project. And so that's the clarification I would like from Eric in terms of the denial.
Commissioner Brown, I'm not sure I fully understood your question. Could you rephrase it?
Yeah, definitely. So in terms of one of the things you highlighted was the access to the location as being a deterrent to approving the rezone. And so I'm trying to understand how we can, how to make that work if there's businesses that are already there, and there's not going to be a conflict with those businesses. What would be the issue that's stopping it, and what could we do to address it?
Well, from a planning standpoint, we look at it clinically, and we look at, number one, is it compatible with what's already around it? As Deputy Director Turner indicated, C2 is intended for pedestrian use, more open public access. C3, on the other hand, is not. It's higher, more intensive uses, and perfect examples are the mini storage that's south and the trucking yard to the north, all of which are higher intensity quasi-commercial uses that you could almost categorize as being light industrial. So the area itself is not pedestrian-oriented. C2 is intended to be pedestrian-oriented. The bigger issue has to do with the actual use. I think focusing on the cannabis use exclusively is probably a mistake, because there's nothing to stop the owner from leasing to somebody else that has a different type of C2 use. And the types of C2 uses that are allowed tend to be more oriented to restaurants, offices, walk-in retail, traditional downtown Lower Lake in this case, or Upper Lake, or downtown areas that do encourage pedestrian activity and bicycle activity. As legal counsel indicated, spot zoning, and I wasn't aware of this, but apparently is not permissible short of there being a public benefit. Well, the cannabis retail may fall under the category of public benefit depending on your perspective. I don't really have an opinion on that. You know, I can see both sides of the argument for it. But from my standpoint, we have to look at, well, what if it isn't commercial cannabis? What if it becomes something else? And is it appropriate for that location? So I think rather than look at commercial cannabis, which has been the main focus of this discussion, I think it's probably more relevant to look at the C2 zone and what uses are allowed within that zone. If you feel that C2 uses would be appropriate for that location, then that would be up to you to make that determination with findings that it would benefit the better public good. As legal counsel indicated, that would need to accompany whatever recommendation you have in support of the rezone. So, but our recommendation was, you know, based on internal discussions. Granted, it came late in the process. I feel like it was the right recommendation in this situation. If there were other C2 zones around it, I would have felt different about it, but there aren't. You know, this entire block is C3, and it's never been intended for pedestrian use. It is, however, intended for vehicular use, infrequent, evidenced by the trucking yard and by the mini storage. So I think our recommendation is valid, and I think that it should stand.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Eric.
Madam Chair, if I may. One of the findings we are asked to make, Eric, if we were to deny this, is that the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the use applied for may be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare of the persons residing or working in the neighborhood. And I can't make that finding. I don't believe that a dispensary would, in fact, cause such harm. And I don't think a yoga operation, as a prior use, created such harm as well. So I'm moved, and I'm supportive of my colleagues' comments regarding the general welfare of the community. And I believe that more dispensaries are useful in the county, not just for the sake of perpetuating a brand, but for public safety and health reasons. And I absolutely get the issue of spot zoning. In an earlier era, 3 months ago, if you were in this chair, we would probably never have seen this item. But it is before us now, and I'm very sympathetic to the comments my colleague made.
Commissioners, if I may, I understand the assessment of and the discussion around the proposed use that may be applied to this rezone. However, as presented in the staff report, what you are being asked to consider is the negative declaration, the general plan amendment, and the rezone itself, not the dispensary use. So arguably, as Eric has pointed out, should this rezone be approved, the individual applying for the rezone, even though there's no indication that this is true, but it's still possible that the person could choose to not use the rezoned property for the use that they have presented today, because that is not the use you are reviewing.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nicole. Just to kind of echo Commissioner Hess and Commissioner Brown, whether it's a cannabis dispensary, whether it's a nursery, a coffee shop, Bikram yoga, whatever it happens to be, having an empty that building has been empty for a long time. It's nice to see. I would rather see any business, whether it's cannabis dispensary or anything to stimulate that economy. If it's a coffee shop and people go to the ag store to get soil, they can stop and get a coffee. As far as the intensity and the changing of the zoning, people are going to be there for a short amount of time. I don't see it being detrimental for the surrounding area. If anything, if it doesn't turn into a cannabis dispensary, getting any type of business in there other than it just sitting vacant, I think is a great idea. I also want to point out the cannabis industry as a whole here in Lake County. It's just nice to see if someone is going to grow here, to see the product coming back into the county. That's just kind of on a different note. And I don't know, I'm having a difficult time not wanting to see this go through. I would like to see us think of the future, think of not only the location, but also what impacts we can do today to actually see something good happen in the future.
Madam Chair, if it pleases the commission, I would recommend that we take maybe a 10-minute break so that we can work on findings to present to you prior to a motion and a vote. We're going to need to establish findings sufficient that are legally defensible so that we can show that that you determined it's not spot zoning.
Okay, how much time would you like?
Not or permissible. Yeah. 10 minutes.
I'm showing a time of 10:22. We will take a quick break and resume at 10:30.
May I make one quick comment?
Yes.
I welcome that review. Would you also consider what is currently in the report, that the road is inadequate to accommodate vehicular traffic? I would personally have a hard time making that finding as well. I don't agree that it's not adequate.
I agree.
Commissioners, if there are findings that are mandatory for approving the general plan amendment and the rezone and the negative declaration, if there are findings that you cannot make, then you could not approve the general plan amendment or the rezone.
I'm disagreeing with the proposed findings already in the staff report.
Correct, I understand, but they are presented as findings that are necessary in order to approve, are they not? Oh, no, in order to deny.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is why I'd like that added in.
Okay.
How? Sorry.
Does that not say do not approve?
Well,
That the board does not approve general plan amendment, et cetera, with the following findings. And then I'm citing findings 1 and 3.
am I looking at the wrong one? No.
I'm showing a time of 10:23. We're going to take a quick break and resume at 10:30.
Thank you.
If we can get settled and take our seats. Staff, have we had enough time?
I think we've got something for you to start working with.
Okay. I'll let everybody get settled. And we'll call this meeting back to order and see what we have, what we've come up with.
Thank you. So the way I described it before we took a break was a little convoluted. To clarify, what your commission would be doing would be finding that the approval of the project is spot zoning, but is permissible because of the next finding. So that would be two. The Planning Commission finds that approval of this project is spot zoning. And then secondly, the Planning Commission finds this is permissible due to the public benefit of increasing the options for a community commercial land use as support for economic development to benefit the neighboring land uses and residents.
I agree with that verbiage. Any other commissioners have anything to add or elaborate on that?
I appreciate that formulation. I think that was a break worth taking.
Yes, absolutely. Commissioner Chavez?
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you. Amanda, okay. So that being said, I believe we are possibly at a point where we can make a motion or any further discussion.
I have a question for council. The existing motion on a negative declaration, would that remain unchanged? Change to adopt rather than not adopt. But that is not where we would make the finding about we are in fact spot zoning. Would that be in the second motion?
Commissioner, correct. You could change as set forth in the staff report to as adopted here today for the findings.
And change not adopt to adopt.
Correct.
Yeah. I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt the negative declaration IS 22-20 based on the findings set forth in the staff report dated August 11, 2022, and as amended here today.
I second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown, Chavez.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Chair Price.
Aye. Motion carries.
Okay, I may need some help with this. I move that the Planning Commission find that the General Plan Amendment GPAP 22-01 applied for by Valerie Pang on property located at 11377 Highway 29 Lower Lake and further described as APN 049-300-02 does meet the requirements of the general plan, is spot zoning, and does meet the requirements of the general plan, the Lower Lake Area Plan, and certain applicable portions of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and that a recommendation of approval be provided to the Board of Supervisors for the subject to the findings listed in the staff report August 11, 2022, and as further described here today, this morning.
I second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess.
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Chair Price.
Yes. Motion carries. In regards to the rezone, do we need to read the third? Oh, sorry, never mind.
Yes, Madam Chair, there is the rezone motion.
That also needs to be read.
Yes, you're being asked to approve or disapprove of the general plan amendment and the rezone.
It's okay.
Sorry, I can't find my...
It's okay, I have it right here.
Okay. I move further that the Planning Commission find that the rezone RZ 22-01 applied for by Valerie Pang on property located at 11377 Highway 29 Lower Lake further described as APN 049-300-02, does meet the requirements of the Lake County General Plan, the Lower Lake Area Plan, and certain portions of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and that a recommendation of approval be provided to the Board of Supervisors for the rezone subject to the findings listed in the staff report dated August 11, 2022, and as further amended here today.
I second.
Commissioner Hess,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chair Price.
Yes. Motion carries. Please note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-calendar-day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the Planning Commission's recommendation, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. Okay. All right. Item number 6. It's a public hearing on consideration of an amendment, MMU 21-24, to a major use permit, UP 18-32, and mitigated negative declaration based on initial study IS 21-37, to allow the conversion of 1 acre outdoor cannabis cultivation to 22,000 square feet of mixed light cultivation. The applicant is Jason Jones on behalf of Center Grow. Project located at 26066 and 27084 Jerusalem Grade Road, Middletown, APNs 013-01762 and 66. And hi, Eric.
Hi. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sam, is shared screen on? Okay, thank you. As the chair indicated, this is a change to a previously approved use permit. Applicant was approved for a 1 acre A-type 3 outdoor, and they now want to do 1/2 acre of what would be an A-type 3B mixed light development. The footprint is identical to what had been approved previously. It's actually a bit smaller. I'll show the site plan in just a minute. It's located in the RL zoning district at 26066 and 27084 Jerusalem Grade Road, Middletown. Parcel numbers are shown. Applicant and owner are Jason Jones. As I indicated, modification is the proposal. It would be an amendment to a previously approved use permit. Indicated the zoning general plan is the same, rural land. The original use permit was file number UP 18-32. Property is 79 acres combined. These details are all in your staff report. One detail that probably wasn't in the staff report was that the site was burned in the Valley Fire in 2015. Applicants proposing 22,000 square feet of greenhouse cultivation. The property is fairly remote. It's adjacent to BLM land, which is not regarded as public land because it's not improved public access land. I'm not able to get to the next slide. Okay. This is a aerial photo of sorts showing where the greenhouses would be located. The rectangles represent greenhouses, and then the plants represent canopy inside of the greenhouses. I don't recall the number of greenhouses. I believe it was 8, but I might be wrong with that number. 7. Whoops. 7 greenhouses are being proposed. No new cultivation areas are proposed. No additional water demand is going to occur. This will actually use slightly less water based on the total number of plants that would decrease based on greenhouse cultivation. This project needs to comply with Article 60.33, which addresses amendments to previously approved permits. Applicant did submit a hydro study. It was given to staff on March 11th. Well test yielded 37 gallons per minute. The well test, I believe, was from the original use permit. However, the hydro study yielded the results that are shown in this slide. I'll go ahead and go over these. The water is important. There are 4 2,500-gallon storage tanks that are on site. Daily consumption is estimated at 1,500 gallons per day. It draws from the Coyote Valley Water Basin, which has an estimated storage capacity of 29,000 acre feet, with 1 acre foot being 380,000 gallons, give or take. So the 29,000 acre feet is a significant amount, which amounts to about 9 billion gallons of storage. The civil engineer that did this analysis indicated that the recharge rate is about 51 acre feet. I don't remember if that was during a drought year or if that was on average. However, the annual usage is about 0.9 acre feet based on the projected water use. So it's a relatively small amount compared to the annual recharge rate. So, in order to approve a modification, we look at the general plan to see if it's compliant, the Middletown area plan, and the zoning ordinance sections that are applicable. This was actually reviewed for general plan and Middletown area plan compliance in 2018 when the original use permit came in. And as far as zoning ordinance compliance, again, it goes to Article 60, which are modifications, and it goes to subsection 33 within Article 60, which is for amendment of permits. And we found that the change was appropriate. It actually reduces the overall impact of the project. Therefore, it was fairly easy to recommend approval on this project. State regulations, State Water Resource Control Board and the State Cannabis Control Department regulate ongoing cannabis cultivations. CEQA, I'm sorry, I'm trying to recall the initial study, was prepared for this project, and it was submitted to the state clearinghouse. We had received no adverse comments on the reduction in overall square footage for the cultivation area that would now be inside of greenhouses. Consequently, our recommendation is to adopt the newest initial study, IS 21-37, and we recommend that the Planning Commission approve modification MMU 21-24 with conditions. And I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, because these.
Any questions from the commissioners before I open it up for public comment? No? Okay. I will open public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, feel free to approach the podium. Any hands in the Zoom room?
No, at this time, there are no hands raised in the Zoom room.
Thank you, Jake. Looking like no one from the public wishing to speak on this item, I will close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion. It's pretty straightforward, I feel.
I agree.
So I do have a question. I would like to address this to the applicant. I don't know if the applicant is present, but maybe Eric can answer.
He is.
Okay. So the question I have for the applicant, I'm looking at the initial study, section 5, cultural resources, and the second paragraph. It says, according to the cultural resource evaluation, there was a previous archaeological survey conducted in 1990, and one prehistoric site was discovered at that time. In 2019, the area was once more surveyed, and the same 1990 site was discovered. The current area that is fenced off for the proposed commercial cannabis grow has already impacted a portion of that historic site. And so I wanted to know what was done to mitigate the impact to that site. If the applicant can answer that.
Go ahead, Nicole. And you guys can approach the podium to answer the question.
Commissioners, as far as mitigations related to CEQA takes the project site or in the environment in general as it is at the time that CEQA evaluation begins. So if damages have already occurred in any respect to any resource, the CEQA evaluation begins in that moment. So mitigations will apply to any further impacts to a particular resource rather than correcting any perceived impacts that have happened prior to the application or the beginning of the CEQA analysis.
Okay, so that's what I would like clarification on, if this was something previously that happened before this applicant, or if it was disturbed as a part of the Valley Fire. I'm not sure, so I'd like clarification if possible.
Good afternoon. This is
You can get closer to the mic, please, and then state your first and last name.
all right. Good afternoon, Kyle Geithner, and then
Jason Jones, the owner.
so yeah. Previously, I mean, it's a old property that's been out there for a long time. It's the Valley Fire recently happened, but previous to that, there was fires. So there was some brush removal just in that area. When Jay Flaherty came out, he noticed that there was some land disturbance, and I think he found a little bit of artifacts in that location. So what we did is if you kind of look at the site plans, it's in that back corner. We don't really do much over there. And then I think he identified one other location, and we just, yeah, it's not near the garden, and we avoid it. There's like a little fence. He doesn't even let the animals go over there. So it's been identified. I don't know if you have the copy of the cultural resource study that was done. I could send it. You can see the two locations.
If I may, really quick. So locations of resources, cultural resources, historical resources are confidential, so if we could keep that from being shared.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, but we have it, and we have taken the appropriate steps to avoid them.
Yeah, Mo came out and inspected it, and they had to sign off on it before we can move forward to mitigate the disturbance, everything, the boxes, and we're not doing anything in ground, and that was the key. They didn't want us digging holes and putting plants in the ground, so everything has been done above ground.
Okay.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, and so just for clarification, the cultural resource reports are critical information, and I know there's some discrepancy about who can access those reports, and I have not been accessing those reports. So when it comes to those potential impacts, I have to go off of what's here, and sometimes I'm a little concerned in what gets missed, what details are not in the reports. And so I know I'm still trying to get clarification on my role as a planning commissioner having access to those reports. So I don't think we have finished that discussion with county council. So,
Commissioner, you may have access to those reports. However, because you are an appointee who is subject to the Brown Act, any information that is shared with you becomes public. And in order to protect those resources, their locations, then any direct information as to what the resources are, where they're located, any of that information must be redacted from anything that is shared with you, because once it is shared with you, it becomes shared with the public. It becomes public information. So you can see those reports. Staff would just need to redact the information that should be maintained as private.
okay, thank you. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Chavez, any questions or comments for staff or the applicant? Further discussion?
Not at this time.
Okay. We are looking for motion if there's no further discussion. Public comments closed.
I'm sorry, my county-issued iPad is acting up. Bear with me one moment. I got it.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Planning Commission find that the initial study, IS 18-37, applied for by Center Grow Jason Jones, on a property located at 26066 and 27084 Jerusalem Grade Road, Middletown, further described as APNs 013-017-62 and 66, will not have a significant effect on the environment, and that no new mitigation measures are necessary per the findings listed in the staff report dated August 11, 2022.
I second.
Commissioner Hess,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chair Price.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The reference to the IS was actually the original IS. The correct IS number is IS 21-37.
Thank you for that correction.
I move that the Planning Commission find that the modification MMU 21-24 applied for by Center Grow Jason Jones on a property located at 26066 and 27084 Jerusalem Grade Road, Middletown, further described as APNs 013-017-62 and 66, does meet the requirements of Section 60 of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, and the modification be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated August 11, 2022.
I second.
Commissioner Hess,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chair Price.
Yes. Motion carries. Please note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-calendar-day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the Planning Commission's decision, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. Moving on to item number 7, public hearing for consideration of proposed major use permit UP 21-52, mitigated negative declaration based on initial study and addendum IS 21-54. Applicant is Kelseyville Christian Academy. Project is located at 5805 Live Oak Drive, Kelseyville, California, APN 008-061-72.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're trying to get the PowerPoint up and running here.
Okay.
Sam, you got a shared screen okay?
Yes, thank you, Eric.
Right. Thank you, Byron. Eric Porter, Lake County Associate Planner. Proposal is for a new Christian Academy school. Current school is located in Lakeport. They are in the process of relocating to Kelseyville. They found a location on Live Oak Drive, 5805 Live Oak, which is approximately across the street and down slightly from the CHP building on Live Oak Drive. The property is zoned R3, and it's surrounded to the north, east, and west by a manufactured home park. Actually, I believe it might be several. And across Live Oak is a construction office building and a coffee kiosk. So they applied for a major use permit, which is required for any new school, whether it's public or private. This school would actually be open to the public, but it is a charter school that is Christian emphasis. The issues that we felt were particularly relevant pertain to traffic, noise, and parking. We asked the applicant to provide us with a traffic study. They did provide that on June 8th, 2022. Live Oak is fairly narrow at this location with minimal shoulders. We also received a letter from Katzoff and Riggs LLP following the initial study. The points raised in that letter from Katzoff and Riggs were valid. And so we rewrote the initial study twice, actually, and it was resubmitted to the state clearinghouse on 2 different occasions with the deficiencies that were pointed out by this letter from Katzoff and Riggs corrected, part of which had to do with the lack of traffic information. And we did receive the traffic study following, I believe, following the submittal of the initial study. So proposed with the new school are 7 portable classrooms that are 24 by 40. An office, also 24 by 40. Those are all modular buildings. A 12 by 40 restroom building. A 3124 square foot playground. A 4,700 square foot basketball court. A 9,000 square foot grass area. 33 on-site parking spaces, plus 2 ADA compliant parking spaces. A 10 by 8 trash enclosure. Here's the location of the project. It's kind of hard to see it through the colors, and I apologize for that. It's a 2.2 acre R3 undeveloped lot. We had been approached by an apartment developer last year, I believe, and they were debating putting an apartment complex on the same property. They opted not to for whatever the reasons, so the Christian Academy came in and made their proposal for the use permit. Scope of the project, I've already covered most of this. I think the relative point to this would be the number of students. It could be up to 150 students. The breakdown in student attendance would have projected 55% of the students would be commuting from Lakeport, and 33% of the students would be commuting from Kelseyville, with the remainder being closer to the actual school property. So about a third coming from Kelseyville and a little over half projected to come from Lakeport. Following the traffic study didn't make any recommendations for improvements. Public Works, however, believed that improvements were most definitely required, and the applicant is aware of this. If you approve this project, the applicant would have to widen Live Oak Drive adjacent to the school site to accommodate an 8-foot parking lane, a 5-foot wide sidewalk, elevated sidewalk, curb, gutter, and relocate the bioswales. And on the site plan that they submitted, they show 2 different locations for the bioswales. They estimate up to 15 teachers' aides, and other staff would be working on site at build-out, and once the facility is full. They're proposing a 6-foot tall chain link fence around the perimeter. I've indicated the outdoor and indoor areas already. Regulatory documents: Lake County General Plan, the Kelseyville Area Plan, Lake County Zoning Ordinance, and ultimately state regulations for governing private schools would apply. So we were able to make a finding that it complies with the Lake County General Plan, it complies with the Kelseyville Area Plan, and it complies with the applicable findings for approval within the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, which are that the use applied for will not be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood. We did receive a significant amount of opposition on this project, and I want to be very clear about that up front. Staff believes that all of the impacts that are raised as points of concern can be mitigated. So my finding for this particular required finding of approval is that all impacts associated with the school can be mitigated, particularly with regards to traffic, pedestrian safety. Noise would be limited to recess, and then before and after school starts and lets out. There was concern about greenhouse gas emissions, odors associated with idling traffic. It's staff's opinion that the idling traffic would primarily occur in the middle of summer when it's hot and in the middle of winter when it's cold in order to activate air conditioning or heat. The applicant is actually proposing staggered hours, and so the older students would start early and the younger the students, they would come in later. This will minimize the amount of idling traffic that occurs at any given time. Number 2, the use applied for will not be detrimental to the, that's number 1 still. Number 2, site is adequate in size, location, and physical characteristics to accommodate the use. The site's 2.2 acres in size, roughly 70,000 square feet. And we found that the layout is appropriate for the size, shape, and location of the site. Number 3, streets, highways, and pedestrian facilities are reasonably adequate. We found that with the improvements that are being required by the county, that Live Oak Drive adjacent to the site will become compliant once the sidewalk and extra parking areas are provided for. They're going to need to have a 19-car queuing capacity on site. They've demonstrated that they have that. We're assuming each car is 20 feet long. And so if you measure or multiply 19 by 20, it's about 380 feet, pardon me, of queuing area, which they actually have on site. And so the cars would presumably not be backing up onto Live Oak, which was the intent behind the queuing area. Number 4, there are adequate public or private services to serve the site. Project is served by public water and sewer. It will use on-grid power. There are no grid issues in this area. The site is also served by the Kelseyville Fire District and by the county sheriff. Number 5, the project complies with all applicable plans. We were able to make the finding that it complies with the general plan, Kelseyville area plan, and the Lake County zoning ordinance. Number 6, that there are no documented violations on the site. We were able to make that finding. There are no record of any violations that are presently active on that site. The site's flat, it's vacant, and it's essentially ready for development. Letter received from Katzoff and Riggs, I wanted to touch briefly on their concern. Project description was vague. We agree. We modified the project description in the addendum, and we resubmitted that to the State Clearinghouse on June 22nd. We also sent notices again to neighbors within 325 feet of the subject site for the addendum specifically. Number 2, IS 21-54 fails to consider or analyze environmental concerns and potential impacts adequately. We agree. We quantified greenhouse gas emissions. We quantified noise emissions. And there were other categories that we were able to quantify within the addendum to the IS. And finally, that SEQR requires an EIR to be prepared for the project. We disagreed with that. We felt that all impacts that are associated can be mitigated. EIRs are only required when impacts cannot be mitigated by specific mitigation measures that result from the initial study - mitigated negative declaration. We found that the county determined that the project does not have impacts that cannot be mitigated, which I just indicated, thus no EIR is required. CEQA, I've indicated that we did the initial study, which was admittedly deficient. We then did the addendum, and we did yet a second addendum just to make sure that there was no ambiguity within the initial rewrite of the initial study. So there were essentially 3 CEQA reviews that were undertaken for the same project. We received no adverse agency comments resulting from the initial study. Consequently, we're recommending that the Planning Commission adopt initial study IS 21-54 and the addendum to the initial study, and that the Planning Commission approve major use permit 21-52 with conditions. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Eric. Any questions for staff from the commissioners before I open it up for public comment?
Madam Chair? Eric, did anyone crunch numbers on how many children would be walking each day rather than dropped off? My question is in the context of how far that sidewalk extends and just the nature of walking to school and traffic on the road there.
And the highway with the stoplight right there, if they're coming from Kelseyville proper, they're going to have to cross Highway 29 right there by the CHP station with the stoplight.
I haven't seen a breakdown. The Canopy Christian Academy may have those numbers. I have not seen them. So.
Good question, Commissioner Hess. Any other questions before I open it up for public comment? No? Commissioner Chavez, head nod? No? Okay. That being said, I will open it up to the public. Anybody wishing to speak on this item in opposition or in support of, this would be your time. Good morning. Please just be sure to state your first and last name.
My name is Martha Fiorito. I'm the owner of, let's see if I can even remember the name now, 5795 Live Oak Drive. And my, my property is right on the north side of the 2 acres. Actually, there's 3 buildings, 6 units. It's a rental property. And I'm concerned about the impact on my tenants. First of all, the first building, the A and B building, is right on the north border of the 2+ acres. The backyard is right there. So I'm concerned about starting the construction. The construction's going to cause noise, dust. These tenants, or maybe all of my tenants, won't be able to enjoy what they're paying for at their backyards. And I haven't heard anything about a mitigation to this situation, not at all. I do know that on the, just a second, on the south border and, no, the south and I think the west border, there was talk about putting up a wall, putting up a wall to help with the noise and the dust. But nobody has approached me about my property, you know, so I can protect my tenants. I'm also concerned about the traffic. I know that I understand there's supposed to be staggered times for this, but my property has 2 driveways, right, you know, that go right on to Live Oak 2. And the one that accesses the A-B building and the C-D building is, what, maybe 20 feet away from their north border. So the chance of traffic backing up, blocking the driveways for my tenant is a possibility. Nobody's talked about that. Same goes for the 2 mobile home parks, depending on how much traffic is there. They have Idle Wheels and Kelsey Creek Mobile Home Park. They have driveways there too, right on there. So the chance of their driveways being blocked is a possibility too. There's been comments in the report that I got about bioswales. Okay, I couldn't tell from the map or the drawing, the diagram, whatever, where the bioswales were or where they're going to be proposed. And when I look at the dirt access, so if this is Live Oak, the concrete, then right next on the 2 acres, right next to it is a narrow area of dirt. And is that what everybody's considering a bioswale? Can anybody answer that? Because the reason I'm asking is because it doesn't look ditched at all. On my property, there's probably a wider dirt area, and it looks like it's been ditched a little bit, but not on the 2 acres. That's just mostly flat. Mm-hmm. So I was just curious about where the bioswales are.
I'm not sure what they're looking for. Is there anything I can help you guys find on the screen?
We're trying to find the site plan. I thought I had it included in the PowerPoint, but apparently I didn't add that site plan into it.
Okay, may I ask, is there a larger diagram somewhere? You know, so we can have an idea, or
we're trying to find
has anybody asked, has any of the public like myself, well, I haven't asked yet, but I'm asking now, about meeting somebody there and having somebody show us what's actually going on, you know, where the buildings were gonna be, where the parking's gonna be, where the bioswales are gonna be, where the green grass is gonna be. I mean, is that appropriate to ask?
The layout and a diagram is included in the public packet and the,
Yes, it is, I have it.
Right.
But it's very hard to read, and it doesn't really give a good scope, it doesn't, you know,
you were simply implying none of this was on paper anywhere, and I wanted to point out to you, if you hadn't seen it, that
I didn't understand, sir.
you had implied that all of those questions were open questions, but there is in fact a site plan, which you can.
I said I know there's a site plan, but what I'm saying is, it's very small, and it's hard to get a sort of like a scope of, you know, where everything is in relation to the 2 acres, in relation to where my property is, in relation to where Kelsey Creek's mobile home park is. So it's hard, and that's why I was wondering if the possibility of somebody pointing that out to myself, or if anybody else is interested.
Sure,
On site.
I understand where you're coming from. You know, that could just be a little bit of communication from the applicant and their neighboring properties. So, you know, we could just always encourage the applicant and, you know, to, you know, contact the neighbors.
Nobody from the project has contacted me. I've contacted the planning office, but I really haven't gotten very much information. I mean, I got the package, you know, I got the mitigated report. Thank you.
In the lower left-hand corner of the diagram, it indicates bioretention swale area. That's in order to try to answer your question as directly as possible. It is indicated there on the site plan. But you keep asking about the location. It's the lower left-hand corner of the diagram shows the location.
Okay. It's all the way down. It's recent.
Okay, so that's it. So are you talking about where the arrow is?
The gray area to the lower left.
Bioretention swale.
Okay, and what does that mean? What does bioswale, does that mean there's going to be ponds there where the water collects? Is that what that means?
I'm not sure. Staff?
A swale is a collector, yes.
I'm going to let the applicant address that. There was a bioswale that was along Live Oak, but it was poorly engineered. It didn't function correctly. And so the applicant is required to redo the bioswales on site to where they can effectively retain stormwater runoff. Regarding Ms. Fiona's concern about screening, we had requested, and they have complied with putting in a screen fence and with screening toward the backside on the side opposite Live Oak. You see all the trees that are up there. I believe those are cypress, and they're planting a row of crepe myrtle along what I believe is the east side of the property to the right. This is not the most current site plan, but it's not greatly different from the final iteration. The only change to the final iteration would be that the ADA parking is now located almost at the property line next to Live Oak. So that's the only change made to the one that we need to be seeing.
And a second bioretention area is in the lower right. Those two gray
I see that.
rectangles.
So where is Live Oak Drive? Is Live Oak Drive
It's
at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay, so on the right-hand side, those are parking spaces on the right-hand side? That would be right along my property, right? Right, parking right where the backyards are to my first building.
Correct.
Well, that means, okay, well, that means emissions, and those tenants of mine can't enjoy my yard. There are yards there that they're paying for. Can the parking be not on the fence line, or can?
Madam Chair, do you want me to respond?
You're welcome to respond if you'd like, Eric.
It's at your discretion.
You don't have to answer. I mean, with the way the project is right now, yes, that would be parking
On my south border.
I understand.
Yeah, okay.
have the screen shared so that the commissioner?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Sam.
So, really, just in summation, my concern is the quality of life for my tenants. That's a residential area, and now we're getting a school in there. We're getting significantly increased traffic. It says 7 months for construction, 6 days a week. That seems excessive, 6 days a week.
Would you be open to possibly a condition of having maybe some landscaping where the parking is, maybe some trees to offer?
That would certainly be better than having fuel emissions, yes.
Okay. Any type of, we want not only, the quality of life for the tenants and people that live around there, but also, to work with the applicant and, make everybody, try and make everybody happy. But if that's something that we could, definitely consider as a condition. We are still in public comment, so if anybody wishes to speak on this. Is there any hands in the Zoom room?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I just want to note that I'm just thinking of residential area, quality of life for all these people. It's not just my 6 months, it's everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Not to belabor the point, but where you see the vehicles parked right along the far right edge, those circles that are there, I believe that's all crepe myrtle intended to be planted.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for
So
that.
there is some kind of a vegetative barrier that is planned. Unless I don't want to put words in the applicant's mouth, but I believe that is indicating crepe myrtle.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay, anyone else from the public wishing to speak on this? Yeah, you're welcome to come on up.
Madam Chair, we do have a hand raised in the Zoom room.
Thank you. Did you want the Zoom call first? Yeah, I can address that. We'll take the Zoom call, Jake, and then I believe the applicant is here.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. The hand I have raised up is from George McDonald. It looks like you're unmuted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Hello, this is George McDonald, attorney with Katzoff and Riggs. We represent Kelsey Creek Mobile Home Park, and we submitted the written comment, the attorney letter that was being referenced before. Right, our clients, they are very concerned about this project. They own the mobile home park that would be to the west of the proposed site. And a couple things, we did write that letter, and I'll have to say most of it was addressed. So I would like to really thank Planner Porter and the applicant, Jonathan and Douglas Bridges. They really did hear the concerns of my client anyways, and did address most of it that we were concerned about. Having said that, there's one point we would like to clarify, and I believe this is a requirement that's actually a condition in the staff report, is that construction will take place only Monday through Friday. And we had a meeting with the Bridges group, and they agreed that the construction would only be taking place Monday through Friday so that weekends would not be disturbed, since this is a residential area, and we'd like to verify and be sure that that is going to be a condition on this project. Other than that, some of the other issues that we were concerned about was noise, aesthetics, and drainage issues and traffic. Most of that has been addressed. If the site plan that was provided is the site plan, which includes a 6-foot block wall along the residences there in the back, we want to be sure that will happen, because that will address much of the concerns as far as noise and aesthetics. And traffic, again, it's my understanding it's been sufficiently addressed or substantially addressed with respect to a widening and the gutter and sidewalk requirements of Live Oak Drive. And the stormwater aspect, I understand that the requirement is going to be an engineered stormwater report. We want to be sure that that does happen. This area is prone to flooding. There has been significant flooding in this area with respect to the residences that lie to the west of this project, and it's bad. The flooding gets very bad there. I know that Douglas Bridges is aware of that. We spoke about this, and it's my understanding they are taking actions to address that so that there should not be any flooding. But that's a very important issue. We want to be sure is addressed sufficiently to eliminate any type of flooding, because it really is a safety issue when the flooding occurs, it migrates into these residences that are mobile homes, and it gets into the electrical systems there. And it's a serious safety issue. So we want to be sure that the stormwater and drainage aspects are sufficiently addressed, as well as verifying the construction will only be Monday through Friday, as I said. Other than that, I'd like to thank the Planning Commission, Eric Porter, and as well as the applicants for doing a lot of work to address our concerns, which were serious concerns. And I know I had a lengthy letter with a lot of details of what we wanted to see, and they did hear that and address them. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. If you'd like to approach the podium. Hi.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Bridges. I'm the applicant, a little taller than most everyone here, sorry. Yeah, our goal in meeting with George and with the Kelsey Creek, the owners, we haven't heard the complaints from Mrs. Fiorito, but our goal is to have happy neighbors. You know, we want this to be a place where this school is for decades to come. As we met with George and his clients, I think we addressed all their issues. There's one issue that I will bring up, but we have the traffic study done. The 6 days a week was never intended to be in there. It's always been intended to be 5 days a week. We do have a tree border on all sides. We will collect all the stormwater that's required. The traffic study has shown worst case scenario, and we're more than covering worst case scenario. And that doesn't even include the parking that now will be available on Live Oak Drive. So we believe that we're addressing all of their issues. The only issue in contention, and George can maybe speak to this, is that I don't believe the site plan calls out a block wall on the back. We're proposing to do a privacy slat fence. The owners requested a block wall. This is a nonprofit school. A block wall like that's near $50,000. They've actually been really good to work with us. They've offered to cover a little bit of that cost, and we've been working back and forth with what portion would be covered of that. Our hope is to put that right behind where the playground is, to eliminate most of that noise. They would like to see it extended all the way to the parking lot. That additional $20,000 is a hard thing for a nonprofit school to just agree to. So we would like to be able to say, hey, yeah, we're going to put in a privacy fence along with those cypress trees. They specifically requested not to have deciduous, so it doesn't drop on that 20-foot section where a lot of their leach lines are. And we've complied with that, you know, on the portion that's sharing to the north. Her south, but my north. We do plan on putting crepe myrtle just because they're nice and fast growing and they look nice, and that would be to help eliminate some of the look of a parking lot. Unfortunately, that is really the only spot the parking lot can go, but our goal is not to make it just be an ugly parking lot. It will be paved, it will be painted, it will have nice curbs on it, and again, it's a school, so it's going to be lots of green. There's some grants that the school is working with on greening and greenery. On the actual north, it would be the northwest corner, which would be the property that is shared with both these tenants. We plan on doing a community garden. In that would be things like squash and tomatoes and strawberries and stuff, so the kids can learn horticulture along with then supporting the community. So our goal here again is to be very community minded. You know, this school has been around. I have 3 kids in this school. My wife graduated from this school. We have people here, I won't point them out, that have kids that have gone to this school. The goal is never for this school to be contentious to the neighbors. You know, and so, and I'd be happy to meet with you on site. And my office is actually across the street from it. And so I'm absolutely open to meeting with anybody to talk about where things are being. We can't make such big concessions as to say, we'll eliminate the parking lot, but we do want to make it so it's not a hindrance on tenants and stuff like that. We will comply with all dust control measures. The site is almost perfectly flat, and so there will be very little excavation. There will be just minor stuff. We've already reached out to the tribe, to Ron Montez, and we will be doing tribal monitoring for any soil disturbance. So we think that we've addressed all these things, and we appreciate coming before you guys. But again, I'm happy to answer any questions I can. I can't speak completely on behalf of the school board. I am on the school board, but in regards to concessions of a $50,000 wall, that would be something that we would have to come to a later date. But I think that pretty much everything has been mitigated. I appreciate Ms. Turner and Mr. Porter here have been really helpful with us. And yeah, we look forward to getting this project started, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I do have a question. I believe, somebody touched on it, the amount of sidewalks and walkability from, even from downtown Kelseyville proper. Are there currently sidewalks from, say, Idle Wheels to your proposed site?
There are no sidewalks on any of Live Oak, all the way
Okay.
from Main Street to, well, the end of Live Oak.
Right.
However, every morning, there's many Kelseyville High School and Kelseyville Elementary students that walk from that park to the opposite direction.
Right.
As far as I know, I don't think we have any current students that would be walking, maybe one or two, but again, I don't think that is in the, we've done a survey and kind of put a pinpoints on the map of where they all would be. The county has required that we would extend and then pave those sidewalks for our portion of it. But there is pretty significant, it's not like the buildings or the fences come right up against the road, there's shoulders the whole way.
Sure.
And so, I mean, it's not as safe as sidewalks, but it's as safe as you're gonna get without paving all of Live Oak.
Right, like where do you stop, where do you end? Right?
Yeah, you can go all the way, I mean, it's 6 miles long,
Sure.
or whatever, so yeah,
Sure.
but does that answer that question?
Yeah, answers my question. Anybody else have questions for the applicant? No?
Yeah, I have a question just in terms of, I think the attorney was asking that the wall be a part of their conditions. And so I'd like to hear from the attorney again in regards to that, because I feel like a part of it was due to the drainage, that wall is being requested. And there were several pictures of flooding in the neighborhood. I'm not exactly sure where that is in proximity to your site, how close it is. And then the last question I have is, in terms of the amount of, schools are always needed, but the schools in the district I live in, drop-off is horrible, and it's getting worse. The students are increasing, and so I see an increase happening at some point, the schools are needed. And how are we going to address that potential need and the drop-offs? That's my concern as a part of the traffic.
Yeah, let me address each of those. With the wall, I don't believe the wall has anything to do with drainage. I think the wall is pure sound. We plan on mitigating that with trees and then with privacy slats. I think that's one where George and I are just going to disagree. If the county says, yes, you have to put in a wall, then the school would have to consider if they'll be able to comply with that. But we think it'll be mitigated through the privacy slats for the viewing and then the trees for the sound. Again, that's just a difference in opinion on that one. In regards to the drainage, all those pictures that were taken were before the property across the street was developed, where the coffee shop is and the construction company is. And all that has moved underground. I think there's a 24-inch culvert that was required to be installed when that project had to extend that road. And so since that time, there has not been that flooding. Obviously, we haven't had, we had the rainstorms in October, and it didn't flood like it had in previous years. But again, none of the on-site water retention for the current site for where the school is proposed has been done yet. Those bioswales are proposed and they're not done. And actually, she asked a question about a pond. It won't be a pond, it will be water retention. There's actually one of them right next to Overflow Coffee right there that's required for the construction property. And in the 3 years that we've been there, I've seen water in it once, and it dissipates within a day. It's basically the purpose of those swales is if you have that 100-year rain or that incredible amount of rain like we had in October, November, is it catches it and allows it to dissipate so it doesn't flood things out. And that would be the same plan there, whether that, and we'll get an engineer to help us with that, but whether that's catch basins or whether that's a bioswales or whatever requirement for catching that water will be, we will comply with that. And then the last question was on traffic. Is part of the traffic study was actually taking a current, we sat and, I didn't, but the traffic engineer tallied all the cars that came up. And then as they look at growth and stuff like that, they factored that into that traffic study is the growth. Obviously, the site is fairly limited in size, and so it's not like this. I mean, we hope to someday be able to expand slightly, but this school will never have 500 students because it's only on 2 acres. And so right now it more than complies with what that traffic requirement would be. Again, Eric had mentioned that we needed 19 cars in queue, and I think when you add the cars plus you add the ones on the road, I think we're almost double that by the time you calculate that. Plus we have the required parking and stuff. So I don't know if that answers that question, but We have addressed that. We again, a lot of this was, we started, as Eric said, we started with, here's a plan. It was insufficient on our part for sure, and on the county's part, and we appreciate George and his team and working with them and identifying some of those, and all communications with them were not, they were very like, let's fix this, as opposed to, we're just opposed to it. And so we appreciated that. We believe we have fixed that, and yeah, we look forward to working with neighbors and having a good community school there.
Thank you.
I just had a light bulb moment. Are there going to be a speed limit change or anything for, what is the speed limit on Live Oak right now? Is there anything having to be changed with it going into a school, or any type of signage that way?
I don't know what I'm assuming they would require some sort of, the county would do that. Do you want to speak to that? I don't know what Public Works would require.
I don't know what the posted speed limit is. I'm guessing it's 25 miles an hour.
I think it's 35.
Okay.
But whatever it is, they would, probably Public Works would want to reassess, caution children crossing or something like that.
Sure.
Signage, but whether they're budgeted for more signage or not, I have no idea.
Okay, I don't have any further comments or questions. It is nice to see something finally going into that empty space that we've seen for a very long time.
I would like to point out, Madam Chair, that there is no condition for days or hours of construction, so if you wanted to add that, you sure can. And
as far as clarifying the Monday through Friday only? Okay.
And the hours, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay. Thank you for that. We'll make a note of that. Any other questions for the applicant or for staff? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this is in Commissioner Field's district, and she is absent.
I had some comments about, I don't know if we're still in public comment.
Not necessarily, but you're welcome to direct your questions to staff or the applicant.
Sure. So, I mean, just looking at this project visually, I have my maps up, and it's surrounded by mobile home parks all the way around. I believe someone read the percentage of students and where they're coming from. 150 students, the cap that the school's proposing to have, 150 students, 15 teachers. I mean, it's providing jobs and, to teachers in the area, because we do have a lot of people getting degrees in teaching, but they can't find a job. So I think it's definitely a good idea, something good to bring to the community. I do understand the concerns of the residents around the area. However, like, this is not like the high school, which is down the street, and I'm sure they have more than 150 students. Buses do mitigate a lot of that traffic. However, I think that 150 students wouldn't necessarily make such a big impact. I live next to an elementary school, and during the school days, or when school's in session, there is some traffic. It usually clears out within, let's say the first hour when people are getting dropped off, and after that, it's pretty calm until the kids get out of school. So just definitely looking at it from a traffic perspective and how it's going to impact the surrounding community, and also kind of like take some students in from all these other schools that are beginning to get more full. I think it's definitely a good thing to have in the community, and if they're getting grants and everything to support this project, I think that it's going to be successful. So that's just kind of like my take on, and from what I've been hearing throughout the hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. So we are just, if there's no further discussion, we are just looking for a motion.
Let's see. Let me bring this out. I'll be prepared to make a motion as soon as my page loads. Okay. Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please.
I move that the Planning Commission find that the initial study, IS 21-54, applied for by Canopy Christian Academy on property located at 5805 Live Oak Drive, Kelseyville, and further described as APN 008-061-72, will not have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore a mitigated negative declaration shall be approved with the findings listed in the staff report dated August 11th, 2022. And as amended today, I heard some changes in there with the conditions of approval.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chair Price.
Yes.
Madam Chair, point of clarification, would that include the addendums for the initial study? Because there were two addendums that were also in conjunction.
Yes, I do believe so. Commissioner Chavez, correct me if I'm wrong, that was to include the two addendums as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. And Commissioner Chavez, in regards to UP 2152?
I move that the Planning Commission find that the use permit UP 21-52 applied by Canopy Christian Academy on property located at 5805 Live Oak Drive, Kelseyville, and further described as APN 008-061-72 does meet the requirements of section 51.4 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and the major use permit be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in staff report dated August 11th, 2022, and as amended today.
I'll second.
Commissioner Hess,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chair Price.
Yes. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt you again. Would that include the hours of construction, days and hours of construction being added?
Yes, I do believe so, right, Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Please note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-calendar-day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. All right.
You do it. I can't see it, sorry.
So it looks like we are at a point for our department update, but we should go ahead and pick up the continued item from earlier this morning, correct? Okay. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Give me just a moment while I get back to, okay. I'm going to just go ahead and reread our item number 4 that we took up earlier this morning and decided to continue it till now. This is a public hearing on consideration of a proposed major use permit UP 20-51 and mitigated negative declaration based on initial study IS 20-75 for 10 A-type 3 outdoor cultivation permits with a total canopy area of 432,800 square feet. Applicant is Lamperty Farms, located at 11 Sulphur Bank Drive, 13405 Jensen Road, 5651070 Sulphur Bank Drive, 14499 East State Highway 20, 1350 Sulphur Bank Drive, 1200 Sulphur Bank Drive, APNs 006-520-10 and 11 and 12, 006-540-02 and 08, 010-002-37 and 010-002-53. And I do believe,
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. We appreciated the time that the commission did give us to clarify that issue.
Thank you.
I believe that it would be covered by the applicant's presentation.
excellent. And the applicant, or his team, I should say.
I'm going to move this table.
Do what you got to do.
It makes it difficult to get to the microphone.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Trey Sherrill. I'm representing the applicant, Anthony Lamperti, this morning. I guess we'll go ahead and start with, if you remember in Byron's presentation earlier today, there was a discrepancy. There was an initial study that was drafted, and then what was published was a different one. Those changes that Byron was alluding to were in response to this 1,000-foot setback from the public lands of Clear Lake. That issue was brought to our attention, it was in January, I believe, or March, March. And we worked with staff who were receiving guidance from county council about that particular issue. And that's how we led to the changes to get us a 1,000-foot setback from what we consider to be the public lands of Clear Lake. And that's represented here. This is the parcel map for the property. The largest parcel on the screen is the project parcel where the proposed cultivation operation would be established. If you can see, there's an appendage of that parcel, well, of that lot. That lot is actually composed of two parcels, 11 and 12. 12 extends out into Clear Lake, approximately, or as surveyed, 826 feet from that corner post where it says corner post there. So that the change that we made was to set the grow back, instead of 100 feet from the parcel boundary, we were going to set it at that 174 feet to allow for a 1,000-foot setback from the farthest parcel boundary, the western parcel boundary, which is in Clear Lake. Any questions about that particular aspect?
Not from me. That makes sense. Is that anyone else? No? Okay.
Okay, and so this is what I wanted to go with. The boxes are the new proposed. You can see the cultivation operation that was established under early activation. It was originally 476,650 square feet. We've reduced it to 432,800 square feet, and I've already explained the reason for the changes. Also, condition number 3 of early activation is that the applicant shall enclose the canopy area with temporary hoop house structures for the cultivation of cannabis. Said hoop houses shall be installed within 60 days of early activation. Said hoop houses shall be used only during cultivation activities. And so that's one of the things you're gonna see that upset a lot of people in the neighborhood, particularly across the lake, was the use of white plastic, clear white plastic, these hoop house structures. So if you'll go to the next slide. So at the top we have mitigation measures. One of them is that we will be planting trees. If you can, how that slide's turned, that image got turned somehow. But so it's distorted, but if you look at the bottom of your screen, you'll see where the trees would be planted as a visual screen. We also requested, requested that they don't continue with that condition of approval that we have to cultivate within hoop house structures. Staff removed that condition of approval. We also requested that they add, the applicant shall not use white plastic sheeting for cannabis cultivation activities, nor any use of hoop house structures. So that was a request that we made in an effort to allay some of the concerns of the community. Next slide, please. Other concerns that have been raised are proximity to the community of Clear Lake, whether or not this project was located in a exclusion zone. It is not. They're in proximity to the federal Indian Trust lands. As you see on the left, there's a 1,000-foot buffer from Sulphur Bank Rancheria. That's more than 1,000 feet from the proposed cultivation areas. The 1,000-foot buffer from Clear Lake Oaks Community Growth Boundary, we're over 200 feet south of that. And then on the right. It's just, that's the Clear Lake Oaks wastewater treatment plant. Next slide, please. Another allegation is that we're cultivating within a scenic combining district. This is an image of the scenic combining district associated with Sulphur Bank Drive. As you can see, the cultivation areas under early activation are outside of that scenic combining district. Another allegation is that cultivation is occurring within or next to wetlands or in close proximity to the lake, as we've discussed, the setback from the lake. Also, in the bottom left, these are, the use of pesticides shall not be located within 100 feet of any spring, top of bank of any creek or seasonal stream, edge of lake, delineated wetlands or vernal pool. For the purposes of Clear Lake, the setback shall be measured from full lake level at 7.79 feet on Rumsey gauge. This is this is an image from the National Wetlands Inventory. The cultivation area under early activation was over 500 feet from the wetlands. In the requirements only 100 feet, we were over 500 feet, and with the reductions, the changes that have been made, it's going to be over 600 feet from those wetlands. And next slide, please. And then another allegation that's been made is that cultivation is going to occur in a flood zone. The red and yellow areas on this map are the red is the 100-year flood zone. The yellow is between the 100 and 500-year flood zone, and the green is the 500-plus year flood zone as depicted by FEMA. And as you can see, the early activation cultivation area was not in the flood zone, and once again, the application we're proposing is even further away.
What is the distance between the property line and the edge of that FEMA red zone?
I'm going to guess about 200 to 300 feet. Depending, are you looking at the yellow or the red?
Red.
The red is going to be over 200 feet.
Okay.
And then there's also probably at least 10 feet of elevation difference between those as well.
Meaning sloping to the lake?
Yes, sir. And that was, and then one last thing, Mr. Pluth was kind of filling me in this morning. So if in the hydrology study, everything checked out, there's a wonderful well that produces up to 172 gallons a minute. Mr. Pluth used to farm on this land. This was Mr. Pluth is the landowner. I guess I should first clarify that. And he's been farming on this land, 30 acres of hay, alfalfa, things of that nature, for decades. And Mr. Pluth says that he was pumping from that well 12 hours a day, 6 hours at a time to avoid the peak energy rates, electrical rates. So 6 hours in the morning, 6 hours at night, while the hydrology study prepared, and this is also backed up from the early activation, is pumping of the well occurs approximately 4 to 4.5 hours a day. So there's been a reduction in the amount of water taken from that well as a result of conversion of the property from traditional agricultural to cannabis. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if I may.
Sure.
There was some mention of early activation conditions and asking not to have those conditions continue. I would remind your commission, I'm sure you remember, that early activation permits are a separate permit. They are permitted on their own. Once they reach the end of their life, they cease to exist. Those conditions do not apply. They are not conditional for the permit before you today. They are not controlling for today. So they would not be pertinent here unless, as part of the analysis for this permit, this use permit, you're considering a similar condition. But they would not be based on the early activation permit approvals.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Sherrill, you seemed excited that we would see your email from Tuesday and regarding the site visits by certain people and photographs that were attached. You said you were going to cite that, but you didn't speak to that directly in your comments.
I'm happy to do so if you'd like. The author of that I have respect for and didn't want it to. I don't want to come off attacking or I'd like to keep things cordial if that's okay.
Of course.
Yeah, but you brought up this didn't make the green sheets, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's it. We had a site visit with members, presidents, I believe, president and the vice president of the Redbud Audubon Society, as well as the president of the Clear Lake Keys Property Owners Association. We invited these individuals on our property because we understood they had concerns. We've probably fielded in the last year, I don't even know how many complaints staff has received, but we've probably had a dozen, or at least half a dozen inspections from county staff, from the Water Board, Fish and Game, due to allegations of, improper whatever. There was a strong belief amongst a small group in the Clear Lake Oaks community that there was no way that this was a legal cannabis farm and conducted in compliance with the rules and regulations of both the state and the county. And so the county kept receiving complaints, and they had to go out there to substantiate those complaints, and then every time walked away. There was one violation issued. Mr. Lamperti will, I'm sure, talk about that. That was a mistake that he made, and he owned up to that, and he addressed that violation, and it's no longer associated with this property. But that was it. So we invited these individuals out, and then following that, we had this report that one of the people that came out wrote and sent to us, and I thought it was really good. I asked her if I could share that with the planner who was assigned to this project at that time. That was Victor Fernandez, who's no longer with us, but I sent it to him, and here we are. And if you have any questions about that, I will note that is the author of this report is the same as the author of the petition, which I know is in your packet. There are contradictory things. The report after the site visit was written the day after the site visit, or the day of. I received it the day after, but this petition was started much later, so I'm not sure what changed over that period of time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd just like to also disclose, since the applicant is identifying all people in attendance from the Audubon, Clear Lake Oaks, I did make a site visit yesterday evening after about 3 or 4 weeks of trying to schedule that meeting. I was out of town on vacation and just returned recently this past Sunday, so I did make it out last night. So I wanted to disclose that to the commission and to the community here attending the meeting.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have some green sheets additionally that came in last thing, like right when our meeting started. So, but it is for this project.
Okay.
If it's okay, I'll distribute those now.
Please. So we will go ahead and officially open public comment on this agenda item. Now that we've heard staff and the consultant's report and presentation, anybody wishing to speak on this item is welcome to approach the podium. Please be sure to state your first and last name.
Yeah, my name is Chuck Lamb. I'm resident of Clear Lake Oaks. Very interesting meeting so far. The interesting thing I find is that my wife and I sent a letter. Hopefully your planning commission has had an opportunity to read it. Okay, that was sent in last Thursday to the various personnel within the county. That letter states a lot of significant irregularities, errors, and concerns amongst the documents inside. We were also citing the irregularities and errors by citations on the back where we cite county code, where we cite the zoning ordinance and so forth to prove that the points we were making are accurate. I'm glad to see that 2 of those items in our letter were brought up today. One was the issue of public land. That item is in there. We brought that up, and we're glad that that one was satisfied. The other issue I brought up was the confusion about the total number of canopy square footage. That was brought up by staff today at the very beginning and dealt with. There are quite a few errors in there. It's up to you. It's your choice. There's a couple of options. I would assume that the Lake County Planning Commission would want accurate documents for which to make a decision on, either to deny or approve. I believe that accuracy is paramount. And like I said, I've heard no response back from the county to either deny or agree with the comments we made. So I'm assuming, one would have to assume that because they didn't object to them, that perhaps they're accurate. So going on from that, judging by the comments that are online, of which there are many online on this item, and for a petition that's going to be presented to you shortly, we found that there are actually 3 common things that the community has a problem with, and that is the lake, groundwater, and neighborhoods. Okay? If I can address each one of these real quickly. The lake, California state water boards have declared Clear Lake as impaired. It's an impaired body, and that is by virtue of the Federal Clean Water Act regimen. By that being impaired, we have a moral obligation, whether it's the community, residents, tourists, businesses, as stewards of that lake, to maintain the quality of the lake as best as we possibly can. The question is, will this project, if approved, be detrimental to that ideal? You've heard of 100-year rain events. You've heard of 200-year rain events. You know what happens when the soil gets super saturated. It doesn't absorb anymore. You know, we don't know. Obviously, we're in a big drought, so we don't know what's in store for us. We could get a monstrous rainstorm next year, or the drought could continue. But anyway, the setback for the property, the actual cultivation to the lake has been satisfied. Now, groundwater, okay? The Hurwitz hydrology report estimates the groundwater recharge during average times. Average time is considered an average precipitation year. So that's what an average time is 122.1 acre feet per year. That's during an average rain type of year, which is probably 26, 28 inches a year, okay? The staff report states the project would use 24.94 acre feet per year, but it does not mention that the drought management plan, as provided by Hurwitz, states the recharge rate during extreme drought years is 32.56 acre feet, which is quite a bit different. During drought years, as we have experienced now in the last 2 years, would mean the project would be using approximately 76% of the available water recharge. This is in drought years. Something to be concerned about. The ability of the aquifer to recharge, replenish during extreme and severe drought measures. Neighborhoods, okay? There are 3 residential subdivisions containing 1,175 properties and a tribal reservation in close proximity to the project. Quite frankly, very close proximity to the project. It is important to note that the population of Clear Lake Oaks, according to the 2020 census, is 2,194 people. Now remember, I said 1,175 properties right next to where this project is being proposed. Repeat, the population of Clear Lake Oaks is 2,194. Nearly half of the population lives in close proximity to the project. Nearly half. Sulphur Bank Road is a relatively narrow two-lane road that bisects two of the subdivisions, with a number of homes very close to the road. The subdivisions contain a high percentage of retired people who want to live out the rest of their lives in peace and quiet. We think they deserve it. The project traffic impact could be significant with 2 shifts containing 12 people with 16 to 24 trips a day during non-harvest, and 3 shifts, that means 24 hours a day, going up this narrow road right next to these subdivisions. 3 shifts containing 36 people with 48 to 72 trips a day during harvest season. What a lot of people don't understand is the use permit, if granted, is for 10 years. So annoyances, if there are any, and there most likely will be, the residents are going to have to put up with it for 10 years. The use permit is granted for 10 years, and if approved, will allow the applicant to grow for 10 consecutive years, thereby exposing the neighborhoods to long-term potential noise, traffic, odor, and criminal activity. Further, all impacts could be doubled as the applicant has another growing application in the works right now. It's going through the process. It's called Lamperti 2, which would add another 15 acres, which would be contiguous to this 10-acre one that you people are going to vote on today. That would be a total of 25 acres within the project boundaries. So it's not just a matter of dealing with, and you know, obviously that one may go through, may not go through, that's a matter of time, but it's in the process right now. And I will say that the Board of Supervisors understands the importance of impacts to neighborhoods and chose to deny projects such as Soares, We Grow, and Lake Vista Farms. The Monte Cristo project will be heard in the near future at the Board of Supervisors. So for those reasons and more, I respectfully request that the Planning Commission deny the major use permit for this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I wipe this?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And before I get, I'm Donna Mackwitz, and before I begin my 3 minutes, may I respond to the comment by Trey Sherrill? Or should I just do my 3 minutes?
You're going to have, you can do that during your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. We're almost afternoon. I'm Donna Mackwitz, resident of Clear Lake Oaks, representing Redbud Audubon and Sierra Club Northern California Forest Committee. Thank you for your dedication and for your reference. I have copies of my comments and section 23-1. Over 396 people have signed the petition I've circulated, including Doug Talamay, a famous author of Bringing Nature Home, Dr. Pete Bloom, who headed the Condor breeding program, and other prominent people. The petition calls for protection of Lake County's scenic corridors and lake quality. Mitigation measures will not bring back the natural wetland habitat on the shoreline should this project go through. We all have a responsibility to protect the public's interest. The Oaks Arm It has monthly Big Valley EPA staff water quality monitoring with consistent readings above caution and warning levels. We need proactive measures to enhance the quality, not allow a project in the floodplain adding to the degradation of water and habitat quality. This past week, Death Valley floodplain was inundated by rain, triggering flash floods, stranding thousands of people. This project has flooded in the past and is likely to do so again. The project starts as 11 acres and has allowances to expand up to 60 acres, thus touching Department of Interior's adjoining federal wetlands and in scenic combining corridor, and they have not been notified. The project area is in the scenic corridor as seen from Highway 20, homes in the nearby hills and shore, and from the top of Mount Canopy, providing refreshing vistas. It also impacts fishing, swimming, and kayaking. When the water was higher over the years, I've been coming here for 30 years, I could kayak almost to where the fence line is. Audubon has been using this project area for yearly Christmas bird counts for 48 years. It's an important bird area for migrating species on the Pacific Flyway for layovers and nesting. The project would impact these migratory birds' flight path, take away their resting area, and lighting will disorient them. The area is rich in artifacts, and more research is required. 2 archaeological mounds have been identified on a simple walkthrough. An environmental impact study needs to be done following the tribal vice chair from Middletown commenting, and please deny the project. I didn't get to answer Trey, but that's okay.
Donna, you're welcome to respond.
Okay.
I also have a question for you when you're done with that response.
As a volunteer for a conservation organization, I'm just an environmental educator, retired. I did not know all the facts or how to go through each page of the initial study. So I reached out to professionals, and I've gone through line by line and learned about all of the inconsistencies and the errors that professionals could clearly see, but I couldn't see. So when I was out there, I was presented with, oh, it's been farm agriculture, we round up it all the time, this will be an improvement. But I didn't realize the major impacts, not just what I see, but what the professionals see. And so that's why it's like I had a change of opinion, but it's just clarity and knowledge. And when it comes to tribal, I have a neighbor that was just walking after 2 weeks ago, and she came across 2 arrowheads of different sizes. It's like, it was skimmed over. Dr. John Parker, I called him, I said, can you give me guidance? He identified the arrowheads and said, we have a culturally rich area that we just didn't really look into. The initial study was fast. Dr. Tim Nosel was only on the property for 6 hours? And he only did the 11 acres. I'm taking too much time, but I'd be happy to talk to you more, and I have copies of everything.
Thank you, Donna.
Ma'am, how long were you on the property for when you made that tour with the other?
Trey? Probably 2 hours, but I kayak there almost every day.
I read your comments regularly. You make very detailed, helpful comments,
Thank you.
informative comments to the commission.
It's
But to the best of my ability to read your own comments, you didn't really seem to have any objections at the time that
I
this.
didn't. I had no idea.
But that doesn't square with your normally careful approach and detailed comments you make to so many other applications. I would read this and think that the community had very few objections, and it's here for the record.
Because of ignorance, I admit.
In that one case, as opposed to all of the other applications you've made such detailed comments on?
Yes.
One boo-boo?
No, I learn every time I comment, and I watch every week, every planning, every board of supervisor meeting. And this is the first time I've appeared in public in 2 years because of COVID, and I'm very scared. So, thank you.
Any other public comment? Sure.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Tim Nosel. I am the biologist for this project. Not Dr. Nosel, I didn't get that far. ran out of breath. I'd like to address some of the comments made regarding the professional work reports that were written for this project. I work for a company called Natural Investigations. We've prepared hundreds of botanical and biological reports for various projects throughout Northern California. We've prepared them for local agencies, state agencies, and federal agencies. None of our reports have ever been rejected by the authorities. Regarding some of the specifics regarding a particular site, our field work is done to the industry standards. The scope of our project is limited to the study area, which is typically defined as the parcel or the property boundaries. And the focus of our attention is going to be on the project area where the impacts are going to occur. As the impacts diminish exponentially, the further you get away from the project area. In this case, the project area was, from what I could tell, a former sheep pasture. Is that correct? Sheep and cattle ranch. And the site was pretty heavily disturbed and had very few native species in the area that was impacted by the cannabis operation. I think many of the other items that were brought up were addressed by Mr. Sherrill already. The last thing I would like to mention, I think I pretty much covered it all. The amount of time I've spent on the parcel. 6 hours is a pretty good amount of time to focus on a project area that's relatively uniform in character. The whole site was pretty much the same, and walking across it. I've been to this parcel 3 times to do various surveys, and nothing came to my attention as being particularly special about the area that was impacted. The trees that are surrounding are quite interesting. The oak trees are typically going to be occupied by a lot of birds throughout the season. And in our reports, we did recommend pre-construction bird surveys as well as pre-construction bat surveys. So those were part of our reports as well. And I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Oh, it's afternoon.
Yes,
Oh my
you've been
God.
very patient today.
See, I was enjoying all this so very much. My name is Dennis Fluth. I live at 1070 Sulphur Bank Drive. I've lived there for over 50 years. I'm a neighbor of Mr. Brown's, actually, and his family. My family came there and settled in 1882. That's 140 years. That's long before there was the Clear Lake Oaks. Long before there was a Highway 20. They didn't get involved until 1924-25. So my family had been there a long time. The town was named Stubbs, California. I have some old envelopes addressed to my grandparents. Stubbs, California. And some of them addressed to Sulphur Bank Mine, because that's the only monuments that people knew where to send letters to. When you look back at all this, they're talking about the scenic corridor on Sulphur Bank Road. We own the fee title to Sulphur Bank Road for the last half mile. We pay the taxes on it every year. County maintains it and uses it, but it's not entirely their road. So I don't see how we impede anybody else's privilege on that road. My great-grandparents came there and they worked their tail off, and they both died in the late 1890s. They left 4 children, 3 boys and a girl, who were all mostly grown. My grandfather bought out his peers and took over the ranch. He worked hard, like we all have had, to try to keep this ranch together. All of us have had other jobs in life besides just working that land. The land is precious to us, the same as it is to the tribe. I know every tree on the ranch. I look at them all the time, and I look at those big mother trees, and I see that those way up on the hills are suffering a lot from the water. They do need the water, but there's nothing we can do about it. That's the way nature takes care of all this. They talk about the wells on the property. I put them in the mid-'70s. They've been very functional for my purposes, and they seem to be functional for this one. You know, water runs downhill, not uphill. The water comes underground down to the lake. We had to drill down through hard rock to get to the water. The first 23 feet was pretty easy, but then they had to pound through the rock. And what did we get? We got a lot of boron in the water, and you don't find that in Clear Lake. So this is a different reservoir from pulling up from Clear Lake. We've never disturbed the lakefront. The tules are there. The willows are there. The birds are there, lots of them. If that lady saw that many birds, 240 birds she saw in 2 hours, I don't think she could write that fast to write them all down, but she did. And I believe her. There's a lot of birds, and they love it down there. The thing they don't like is when the people come in their kayaks and shoot all the baby ducks that were raised in the channel, and they come over and just slew them, boom, 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 boom. And when they shoot off those guns, every bird leaves. The blue heron, the stature of our communities, they won't come back for a couple of days. And then when they have the fireworks, 4th of July, the concussion of the fireworks just scares the hell out of them. And you should see when those two start, how those birds come across that country headed for the hill. So there's a lot of other things to disturb birds besides working in the fields. The quail love to get under the canopy of the cannabis plants for all the bugs and worms that they can get. It's a wonderful place to live. I'm 86 years old now. I was born in 1936 at the Sulphur Bank mine in a 3-room miner's cabin. My father worked there for a number of years, over 20 years, I guess. He worked with a lot of the Browns. He talked much about the Browns, what hard workers they were. I don't know Hal Brown. Who was he related to? Was that one of your grandparents, Hal Brown? He always spoke so highly of him, and we knew all of them. The Kelseys, I went to school with them all. But there's so much history there that people don't even know anything about. I was telling my grandkids about the jihad turn, and they didn't know what jihad was. Well, I said, you know, when you're driving a team of 6 horses, your lead horses are way up there, and you got to holler at them, G or ha. G means go to the left, and your leader, your left leader, will go to the left. Ha means go to the right. And there's an area where there's a big sweeping turn, and as those horses come down, they're either going G or they're going ha. And it was named Jihad Turn. And I don't think anybody ever heard of that story before.
Just me.
What?
It's just me.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Oh, quit?
We have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much.
He's just supporting you, and you have about 2 minutes according to my clock, so you're still good to go if you wanted to share.
I'm still full of it.
I was enjoying it. You know, there's not too often do you get somebody who's been here for that long and has that much history. So I do appreciate you sharing that. Absolutely.
I'm Tony Lamperty. He knows more about that land than anybody here, and I will take care of that land better than anybody. I might have a tenant that's going to be renting the property, but they will be held to the highest standards, exactly like I've been my whole life on those fields. They'll be held to the exact standards. That's it. Thanks. And thank everybody though for trying so hard. Everybody.
Thank you. Sure.
I have a very hard time because that's a really great to follow. I think my grandmother once said about hee-haw in terms of living on a farm.
Oh, okay. That's neat.
So
before I cut you off, don't forget to state your first and last name first.
yeah, let me do that first. Hi, my name is Randy Wilk, nearby resident and leader of the Clear Lake Oaks Hillside Firewise community. I want to say I pay great respect to you guys. I think you've been great stewards of the land. I'm sorry. You've been great stewards of the land. I have to say that. And I have great respect for what you told. Yeah, I've got great respect.
Sir, it's best
and it has to be-
address the commission, please.
Yes,
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that they were respected. Anyway, I have the following concerns as nearby resident of the proposed Lamperty Farms Cannabis major use 10-year permit. This is for 10 years. By the way, basically, me and my neighbors are not against cannabis grows. We are against cannabis grows that are large and that are near residential areas. That's our biggest concern, if that makes any sense. One thing I want to point out, so I don't waste too much breath, all this stuff that I've seen flying around in terms of the information, we're at 11th hour, and then all of a sudden all this legal information, errata, is coming to us at the last minute without the time for the public to review the addendums. And they were either too small on the screen to see or just came to us verbally. So I'm asking that we have a continuance of this another day so we can understand more and speak respectively and also be more informed and intelligently about this. Otherwise, I'll just be telling you blah, blah, blah. Okay? That's what I would request. Anyway, I'll go through my spiel anyway. Let me tell you the good news first. At various times of the year, dozens of fishing boats and parents and kids canoeing from Canopy Water Trail will have a great view of the proposed project area and maybe a contact high during the harvest season. Anyway, guess no laugh. Anyway, we can see this project from the neighborhood that I live in, from Clear Lake Oaks, Hillside, and the neighbors can see it. This is right on the shoreline, even though this is not within the shoreline ordinance. We had questions about that, and now I'm finding out that's not necessarily true, but this information came to us at the last minute. Anyway, this is I just want to remind you, this is a 10-year permit to comply, and I just would like more detail about what's intended for the scenic combining district zoning. Would this be part of being allowable then, because it's not just within a few hundred feet? That's my question. Chuck brought up a really good point, and that is proximities to the communities. And I'll probably repeat what he basically said, but the borders within 1,000 to 2,000 feet of the three largest communities in Clear Lake Oaks. You got the Keys, you got Orchard Shores, and you have Lake Village Estate. And as Chuck said, this is 1,007. I had that 1,001 residential parcels, but it looks like it's 1,075 parcels. And then you have Elam tribal properties are located a half a mile from the project and contain about 20 residents. It's very close by. So if Clear Lake Oaks has a population of 2,200 and this has a population of 12,050, then you're talking about over half of this population is very close to this grow. And that concerned me, concerned the neighbors. In addition to that, just to be specific, Lake Village Estates borders about 1,000 feet from the proposed parcel. And then on the other side, it's about 750 feet is what I got for the lakeshore, but it sounds like you guys made some adjustments to go to 1,000 feet, which I just learned about. The water usage is in question. I can't really comment. I'm not a hydrologist, nor am I'd be a fool to talk about it, okay? But the thing I would like to question culturally, the cultural heritage study was from 2020, and nothing else was done after that. We've learned a lot more things in the last 2-3 years about the cultural heritage in this area. One thing that comes to mind, for every mile around the lake, there's a 38-acre heritage site that we don't even know about. So every mile, there's approximately, on average, 38 acres. And that's a lot. So I felt like I don't understand how, the specifics of the heritage report, because it's not in detail of the CEQA document, but I think it should be more examined. And I would like, for example, to have more information on that. I think another point is, yes, it's outside of a 100-year flooding zone, but the project is extremely close to wetlands, and this lowland could easily be flooding if it, and we've seen floods this year that we never seen before because of climate change. That seems to be a bad word to some people, but it's actually what is man-made climate change, which means that a 100-year flood is now a 10-year flood in some circumstances, even a 5-year flood. Chicago got flooded this year. Denver got flooded this year, which is really unusual. I mean, there's a lot of places that in Europe was flooded last year. Germany, a lot of the towns were knocked out. So it's something we really should be seriously considering. And the reason why I say that is because this could easily, these crops could easily leach into the wetlands and also could leach into vineyards. I'll be done shortly. And possibly leach from the Sulphur Bank into this project area. Security issue. I don't see an address for the possibility of accessing via boat from the Clear Lake. I know there's cameras that are going to be set up, but what about if somebody came from the boat, right? I mean, maybe that's maybe a secure enough feature because there's water there, but a lot of people would go by boat to do something like this. Wouldn't put it past them. Chuck talked about the narrow roads, and I think the thing that I just heard was, I didn't read it in detail, was talking about 50 trips during the harvest time. And this could be a staggered harvest, meaning that it could be multiple, a month's worth of 50 trips a day. So I'm requesting the planning mission to pay attention to these facts. And I suggest we have a continuance because we haven't given the public enough time to review this information in an informed manner. Thanks for your time today. I appreciate that. I'm also not, and to emphasize, we had 400 signatures from people about this out of the population that, that's quite a few. I don't know any other time that this has happened in this history of Lake County. That's something to consider. And then the many letters that were commented. So anyway, I'm just asking that we do a continuance. I appreciate the time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Holly Harris, Clear Lake Oaks resident. I believe, I just wanted to double check that you did get our comment letter. It was from Chuck. Okay, got it, great. So I had a couple of different things. In the PowerPoint, it said that lot coverage, basically the 1,000-foot setback from the lake, went from the edge of the parcel. We have lakefront parcel in Clear Lake Oaks, so I know that many of the parcels actually go out into the lake. In some cases, they go out 100 feet into the lake. So as a member of the Shoreline Area Committee, one thing that we put in it, it was in the, I guess it was called Objective 5.5.2B, that lot coverage for lakefront parcels should be calculated from the buildable portion of the parcel landward of 7.79 Rumsey, and I don't think that was taken into effect. Then the second thing, also as part of the Shoreline Area Committee, we put scenic combining on that particular parcel that's being cultivated. Now somehow it came up that it only goes back 500 feet, and I've heard this at many different meetings, cell towers, things like that. We went back to Director Darby, and we asked her to show us exactly what document shows it only goes to that 500 feet. And she said basically it was on the assessor's parcel map. I have a copy of that I put in there in the letter that we put out. And she said somebody penciled in on the assessor's parcel map the 500-foot setback. And she said, we cannot find where this came from. We do not have a legal leg to stand on in terms of that. So that's something that I'd like you to think about too. And then the other thing is, as previously mentioned a couple of times, there are so many changes in the staff report. The staff report was not even written on what this project is, that I don't even know what it is that we're looking at, or if all the things are, that we talked about earlier are going to be fixed. And I would really like to see the staff report rewritten and updated so that we actually know what we're talking about here. And basically that's, for instance, 1/3 of the mitigations are missing from the staff report. And that's a big amount. So anyway, those are my comments.
Thank you.
Commissioners, if I may, in relation to scenic combining districts.
Sorry, Nicole.
No problem. In relation to scenic combining districts, the districts are determined based on the maps. And there are a series of maps, and they relate or correlate to general plan, area plan boundaries. There is not a universal measurement for the scenic combining district. As with any zoning application, there is, based on the maps, a defined boundary. The boundary that the property encompassed by that boundary is the property to which the district applies, the zoning applies. There are mechanisms in the zoning ordinance that allow for various steps up to and including the Planning Commission determining a boundary when it is ultimately not clear based on the maps and the measurements that are provided elsewhere. And so far, staff has determined based on the maps that are available, depending on where the property is, where the boundary is for the particular combining district, this particular scenic combining district. It is not universally the same. It is dependent on the map that is applied to that particular area. There are some maps that show a boundary along a corridor, and there are some that have broader boundaries. If you're unclear as to which boundary applies here for this property, you can ask staff to provide you with that clarification and with a map to show you where the edge of that boundary is in relation to this particular property and this project. But there are maps that determine where that boundary is. And if the whole property is within that boundary, then it applies to the whole property. If not, then it applies to the part of the property in which the boundary that is encompassed within the boundary, if that makes sense. However, your commission is not bound just by that. You may also, based on various other parts, which I'm sure you're aware, parts of the zoning ordinance that allow for your consideration of impacts to vistas and views. And you also may, if you choose, request extra information on the impact of this particular project on any of the views or vistas that may potentially be impacted by this project.
Thank you.
Trey Sherrill, once again, representing the applicant. I'd like to elaborate on that. It's my understanding that these are the boundaries of the scenic combined district on this property, but regardless, the rules and regulations of Article 34, which regulate activities that occur within scenic combined districts in Lake County, there's no proposed activity that would be prohibited or limited by Article 34. As for Lake, a previous commenter mentioned, multiple different neighborhoods and things of that nature, but they're all about a half mile from the project site, or over half a mile. The one that is within a half mile being Lake Village Estates, and we have a letter of support from the owner of Lake Village Estates, Denna Barron, and that was in your packet, but it's just basically at the end, it's like, she says, our county needs this project. The Lamperty Farms project has been good. She's since it started, she's not felt or seen any negative impact. And that is the closest group of residences to this project. About the petition signatures, this is an online petition. They've already mentioned several people that signed the petition that do not live in Lake County. We had Mr. Lamperty had some other people look into it and found that less than a third of the signatures could be verified as from residents of Lake County on that petition. And Sulphur Bank Mine Road's over, you can see at the bottom there, it's over half a mile away and downslope. As far as the direction of water, there's been some concern that somehow the water would be contaminated. We've had the water analyzed. There's no pollution coming from Sulphur Bank Mine, at least in that direction. Finally, there was one of the first commenters was talking about the severe drought. The estimated annual water usage of the project is approximately 22 acre feet. Even during a severe drought, where that's the hydrologist that wrote the report, he took the average amount of rainfall, cut it in half, and then basically cut it in half again. So then he cut the amount of infiltration in half. So a quarter of the average amount of rainfall is what he used to estimate a severe drought would actually reach the aquifer below, and it's still over 10 acre feet more than it's anticipated to be used. And like I said earlier, Mr. Pluth for traditional agriculture has used the well and pumped it harder, at least 3 times harder than we're proposing to do under this cannabis permit. With that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions, or thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can I just respond to one thing, because it's something that we submitted to you?
You're welcome to come in.
Very quick.
Sure.
Since she is not here, once again, Holly Harris. Donna Makowitz put an online petition on change.org. It is online. There were about 400 signatures on there. But what we submitted to the Planning Commission, we are aware that there are people that are not from the area. We went through and we sorted that, and we culled out, I think it's 145 names, which is what we submitted to you. And these are all residents of Lake County, or these were people that we knew owned property there, with a couple of extras like long-term visitors, maybe made up half a dozen. But I want to point out that we did know that, and we didn't want to pull the wool over your eyes. We wanted to give you something that was real.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Is it accurate that the online petition also referred to 257 acres of commercial cannabis? That's the parcel size.
I don't believe so.
Well, I'm reading from the.
I don't know.
My point is that It's alarming to read this. I would be alarmed too if it were 257 acres of commercial production. And it also implies that it's within the scenic corridor designation, which I, as a commissioner, don't agree with based on the staff report. So
I understand
I'm
that.
concerned that the language of the petition could create an outcome or a result based on a couple of inaccurate things in the statement in the petition.
I thank you for that. Basically, in terms of, you brought up the shoreline, the scenic combining. One thing I did not mention, that's what it said, but what I had actually said to you was that that particular outline, as put on the assessor's parcel, is unsigned and undated. They do not know where this came from, and so that's why Director Darby told me she did not have a legal leg to stand on in terms of that. That said, I also did not bring up, but it is in the letter that we put in, once again, as a Shoreline Area Plan Committee member. We have pages and pages and pages and pages of protecting the view and the view shed from Clear Lake to the hills, from the hills and the roadsides to Clear Lake, et cetera. That's what we have. And we put a lot of effort into that, and that was one of the top priorities in our plan.
Thank you.
Tony Lamperti, the last thing I'd like to say is in 1983, when I left Lake County to go find a career to where you could make money, it was an amazing place. Clear Lake Oaks was an amazing place, and we had a parade, we had a bunch of restaurants, a bunch of stores. Now we don't have that in Clear Lake Oaks, and we want to keep it exactly beautiful. I heard in one of the meetings, we want to keep it exactly beautiful in the way it is now. Those people weren't here 40 years ago or 50 years ago like my father was talking about. It used to be an amazing place, and it still could be again.
Thank you. Sure.
Yeah, just wanted to add one last little thing that Holly talked about, the scenic combining district and the assessor's maps. We both went up to the planning department and we actually photographed the map, the parcel map for this area, and it shows, clearly shows, get this, okay, a penciled in setback, pencil, no signature, no date. I could have penciled it in myself. Those parcel maps are available to the public. You can ask for them at the counter. They give them to you. You know, I could have taken that thing and I could have taken it and just marked it up and say, okay, I'm going to put this in here. And that's the whole issue. The setbacks are not legal. And Director Darby said that to us herself. You can ask her. She won't deny it. I just want to mention that.
Thank you. Is there any hands in the Zoom room, Jake? Or Jim?
Yes, we do have hands raised in the Zoom room. I'll start off at the top here with Courtney Chamberlain. I've given you permission to speak. Looks like you're muted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Hi, yes, Courtney Chamberlain. Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. My company has a licensed cannabis farm in Lakeport, and I am in strong support of this project. Lake County is emerging as a premium cannabis growing region. Collectively, we have an opportunity to make the county as renowned for high-end cannabis as Napa is for its wines. The cannabis farmers associated with this project are among the most skilled in the industry, having won multiple awards for their flower. As such, they will enhance the reputation of the entire cannabis farming community, thereby contributing to the region's reputation and economy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, the next hand we have raised in the Zoom room is from Lance Williams. I've given you permission to speak. And it looks like
Good
you're muted.
afternoon. Thank you. This is Lance Williams in Loch Lomond. I just wanted to voice my support for this project. I observed it during its first and second early activation, I believe. And I've been watching this unfold right now today. I also really believe that the first statement saying that there was 267 acres of cannabis would be very frightening. I almost felt like that was clickbait. So when I look at that, and from what I've read, I don't really take that into, account myself, because I would be alarmed at that. It's only 10 acres. When I visited the project, I went out there and I noticed a couple of things. Yes, I didn't see any more houses. I saw some other ag. And then I went by the septic plant or the sewage plant. So it's right next to a sewage plant. I really feel that it is out of the way from the general population, and it meets all the requirements. So even though I am now out of this whole, cannabis industry and planning, I really still feel good to say that I feel that this is a good project. And I think that they've met everything, especially at the 1,000-foot setbacks. They've changed it yet again to make that happen. And I think I visited it twice now, that area. And again, I just don't see how it's offensive in any way. And I think that one of the people that caught up and spoke said, it's not about those people. I think they are good land stewards. And I from what I've seen, I believe that as well. So again, just wanted to say that I really still like the project. And I'm hoping that other commissioners got to see it. And I think it meets everything. It's pretty much at the end of the population. So thank you for letting me speak. And I hope this project is approved.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else, Jake?
Yes, we have one more hand from Jennifer Smith. Jennifer, I give you permission to speak. All right.
Good afternoon.
Great, thank you.
Go for it.
Oh, good afternoon. This is Jennifer Smith.
We can hear you. Good afternoon, Jennifer.
Great, thank you. I'd like to make some comments on this project as well as some of the comments that have been made previous to mine. Mr. Lamb brings up the water boards and rules that apply and that Clear Lake has been designated, whatever its designation is. This project's already been cleared by the state water boards, and it's not just the water boards that inspect us at the state level. We're subject to regulation by the California Department of Pesticides. We're subject to tribal oversight. We're subject to fish and wildlife certification. These things aren't taken lightly, and this project has already cleared these state hurdles. Regarding the petition, it's already been brought up before, but the petition signed by over 300 people. Again, I was going to question the veracity of those signatures and if they were qualified. But I think the most unfortunate part about it is that that petition was full of fear mongering. The very first line of it is inaccurate, stating the Canopy acreage, and anybody would be alarmed at that. I would be alarmed at that. And I think it's a representation of something that is starting to occur, and it's the abuse, it's the removal of people's property rights. We think that we can build these petitions and that we can get a parade of people to take away other people's property rights, and that's not okay. This project meets the land use requirements that are set forth in the county. Regarding the birds and other ecological effects, this farm has been operating for 2 years already, and we've not seen any of the doom and gloom that is suggested by any of the opponents. I'd like to just mention that the crop won't be leaching into groundwater. It won't be leaching into the soil. Cannabis is the cleanest. I want to repeat that. It's the cleanest agricultural crop in California. We are tested to the parts per billion for pesticide residue. Our food is only tested to the parts per million. The cannabis ingested is cleaner than the food we eat. And that needs to be paramount and repeated, because people need to know we're not a dirty crop. You want to talk about dirty crops? I can talk about dirty crops all day, but I am not gonna I'm not going to disrespect other agricultural crops. Agriculture is under terrible stress tests right now. And, agriculture is trying to feed America. This project's been held to the same notification standards as any project To say that this project wasn't notified or that residents didn't have enough time is unfair. And I'd like to echo Courtney's earlier statements. This project and this operator is a great addition to our community. She mentioned that it's an award-winning company and that Lake is poised to become what Napa is to wine. And I represent that. I don't know if any of you know, but my farm in Lower Lake won 3 awards at the state fair this year. Yes, the state fair had a cannabis competition. We had a cannabis exhibit. We had shirts, and the state required us to use a hashtag that said cannabis is ag. This is a change. It's a departure, and we need to all evolve with this. So this isn't some just hyperbole that we're saying, you know, cannabis is going to help Lake County, and we are going to be the shining stars of cannabis here in Lake County. It's already happened. We've already been deemed a best of California. My final statements are, this project continues the legacy of agriculture. Lake County is an agricultural county. Agriculture is evolving. It has always evolved. And the Lampertis have been stewards of this land since they've owned it. Farmers are the very first stewards of any land. We're not going to destroy anything that takes away our industry. So with that said, I hope that you guys approve this. I hope that we get back to approving projects based on the merits of the project and the land use while we continue to understand our neighbors and work well with our neighbors when we can. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm going to take one final look around chambers and also check in with Jake.
Oh yeah, and just to confirm, there are no hands in the Zoom room.
Okay. As long as everybody feels that they've got what they needed to say across and has had the opportunity to speak, then I will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion. Has everybody had their questions answered?
I have a question.
Go for it.
Did the applicant state what if the area of cultivation is above the 7.79 Rumsey line? I knew a question came up about that with somebody that went in there to speak.
I do believe the consultant confirmed that. Do you mind? Or even staff?
Yeah, the cultivation is above the 7.79 Rumsey.
Yes, it is above Rumsey. I'm not sure if you heard that.
By how much?
By how much?
Slightly or a safe amount?
I believe it was 200.
It's like 700 feet, but it's 20 feet elevation.
20 feet elevation.
20 feet elevation.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about, like, I understand what everybody's saying, the last speaker, about cannabis, you know, being some of the cleaner plants, and I mean, all of that makes sense. It's because it's true. It is tested to the highest standards. But the only thing that, you know, saying that this operation would not be polluting, it would not be doing this and that. But visibility is one of the main factors that we got to take into consideration due to the fact that you can see this. I mean, we saw it with the greenhouses there, driving towards Clear Lake Oaks from, let's say, from Nice towards, like, going towards Clear Lake Oaks. And I mean, you could see those in everybody that I engaged in conversation about it. That was the first thing that they would kind of tell me, like, hey, like, what's going on over there? Why are they allowed to do that? Like, it's in plain sight. You can see when you're driving. And we had a previous case with a guava farms where visibility was an issue, and it was we had to go and delay their process because we wanted to make sure that it was invisible from all sides of the lake for the tourism. And I understand that the question about scenic combining corridors, if people could see it from their boats, I mean, it's a visible pollution. If you could see it driving into Clear Lake Oaks, it's visible pollution as well. Even if it's not with the plastic, you can still see something that's there compared to for what it used to be used for hay or something different, you know. But you're going to be able to see these big screening, trying to hide the plants, and it kind of takes that natural look away from Clear Lake, especially that area with wetlands all around the shoreline of there. So that's just kind of like my take from that. I understand that what they're allowed to do on their farm because of the zoning, I understand that, but at the same time, everybody that has to be driving to Clear Lake is going to see, it's going to be one of the first things that they see or notice when they're driving. So that's my comment.
Commissioner Chavez, do you have any suggestions or conditions or anything that you would like to see, or is it basically just the location being in such close proximity?
Yeah, I think it's just the location, because if it was 5 acres, you would still see something there. You know, the black what is that screen that they put up, and we see it in other projects too. That on Old Highway 53, like you can see it as well, and that's one of the projects that came up when I first started as a commissioner. So if we keep adding more and more to these scenic combining corridors or visible areas from either from the lake or from the road, I think we're going to be setting something that it's going to be okay, that it's allowed, that, oh, they're doing it, you know, we should do it too, or we should be able to do it. So I just think that this specific area, it's not really, I don't feel as comfortable with the concerns of the surrounding population and anybody driving through Clear Lake as well. So that's just kind of how I feel about the project so far.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, I want to definitely weigh in. I want to first thank Mr. Dennis Pluth for his family history, and I want to again disclose that I've never met Dennis. It's my first time seeing him. I know of his name. He mentioned the Sulphur Bank mine, and my family that grew up there, worked there, probably my great-grandparents and grandparents he's speaking to, relatives. And so one of the things that, you know, I'm trying to take all of this into context and see a bigger picture. And so he talked about the time before there was a Highway 20. And I can talk orally about a time before there was no Europeans here and what the land looked like. And what's happened to the land, the lake itself, by the land use practices, the mining, the agriculture, now the quagga mussels and the pollution that's coming in, the cyanotoxin that's coming in because of all of these conditions that have happened over time. It definitely raises a concern, you know, as a tribal member from Elam, nobody I know of is against this project, signed any of those petitions. As far as I understand, the tribal government has no objection to anything to do with this project. There were a lot of things mentioned, and there's probably too much for me to cover, but I want to point out that the Sulphur Bank Rancheria is the largest lakeshore owner of property in the Clear Lake Oaks Arm. And so when we talk about the shoreline area plan, my tribe was never included in that. We were never asked to come to the table to discuss any of those shoreline area plans. And so for me, it's definitely a time we're moving to more inclusion of the tribal community. I hear the concern of cultural resources being brought up when it was never done before outside of tribal community members. One of the things that I want to mention about the Canopy Regional Trails, and again, this is a problem we have. My community, just 2 years ago, we had to call the Sheriff's Department for kayakers who came onto tribal land looting artifacts. And so to say this is going to impact trails, the impact that access, you know, our lands are already being impacted by kayakers, and that was never considered in the beginning. And so to say that this is going to, again, cause concern for those individuals kayaking, we didn't weigh in that concern a long time ago when we talked about creating those trails. And so when I look back at all of these things, I look back at the totality of the project, I look at where we're going as a community. I don't personally have any objections to this project. I went out to the site, I looked at the project. I know the land very well. We also own lands which came to the tribe in 2006 after the Bureau of Indian Affairs sued the Bradley Mining Company for contamination to the tribal lands. We acquired lands up on Sulphur Bank at the top of the hill, which traditionally we never ceased title to. We still gather on those lands. We have a right to gather that's continued over time. I've crossed in my youth Mr. Plu's property without permission, walking to the Oaks to get to the Oaks. It was the shortest route for our community, which is quite a distance away from where we're actually closer by lake. My relatives and ancestors used to tule boat across to the Oaks to go get their mail at the general store, which is red and white today. Nylanders, which was mentioned. And so the road actually provided access to our community. This is historical information. The buses didn't come into our community until the mid-70s, and that was due in part to the road being there, the mine developing some of the road, and to Carlay, who the school is named after in Lower Lake, who fought for my relatives at the time to have bus access to school. And so I'm talking about historic events, I'm talking about disparities that my communities face historically here in Lake County. And so I consider all of that in when we're having this discussion. And there's so much more I can talk about, you know, the history. Before there was the Clear Lake Oaks, that was a village site. The Clear Lake Oaks was a village site. The former land of Stubbs was the island of Stubbs. There was a ceremonial site built there where there's a community now. And so I take very seriously any impacts to cultural resources or anything that will degrade the loss of history in our county, not only tribal history, but early settlement history. And so when I look at this application, I look at where things are at. One of the earliest photos of our village in 1890 and 1906, if you guys were to look at those pictures, the land would look exactly the same. And so they have maintained that land in the same status as it's been for thousands of years. And I commend that, because as a tribal member first, you know, when I look around at the development, I look around at the loss of natural resources to my community, it's heartbreaking. And so I take this position very seriously when it comes to land use and what's going to happen in the future, because as I mentioned earlier, our community is going to be there. You know, the towns currently today set on old communities, old tribal communities, and it's no wonder there was a good lakeshore, lakefront. And so when we do this work, when the work is being done, I have to take into consideration everything that everybody's saying, some factual, some not so factual, and try to look through and cipher through that information to find out what's really critical and important. And so when I look at the land use and I look at what's happening, I don't see the negative impact that's being mentioned by the various people who have spoken today. As with land use, there's always concerns of what things are going to look like in the future, but you know, the Sulphur Bank mine we live right next to, and the Sulphur Bank mine was built right on top of our community. And so to talk about pesticides being an issue, the mine is an issue, and that needs to be addressed. But it has nothing to do, in my mind, with this project in front of us. So I'm prepared, if there's no other discussions, to offer a motion. And if there's any other comments, I want to hear those. So thank you.
As a fellow commissioner, I really appreciate your insight and your wisdom of the history and just the preservation of what everything was built on. All other things aside, but that was very well put. So thank you for sharing that with us. I don't have any further discussion. Do you have any? No? Eduardo, give us a sign. Do you have any further discussion? No? Okay. The floor is yours, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit UP 20-51 applied for by Lamprey Farms on property located at 1111 Sulphur Bank Drive, Clear Lake Oaks, California, 95423, further described as APN 006-520-11-10-12 and 006-540-02 and 08 and 010-002-35 and 37 and 53 will not have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore mitigated negative declaration shall be approved with the findings listed in the staff report dated August 11, 2022.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess.
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez.
Nay.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
And Chair Price.
Aye. Motion carries.
Furthermore, I move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit UP 20-51 applied for by Lamprey Farms on property located at 1111 Sulphur Bank Drive, Clear Lake Oaks, California, 95423, further described as APN 006-520-11 and 10 and 12 and 006-540 and 02 and 08 and 010-002-35 and 37 and 53 does meet the requirements of Section 51.4 and Article 27, Section 1 IIG of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and the major use permit be granted, subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated August 11, 2022.
Second.
Could I, Madam Chair, could I add as amended by the presentation heard today, because we did make some changes to the staff report from the staff report to what actually is on the table.
So as amended here today. So thank you for the clarification.
I'll second that amended motion.
Okay, motion and a second.
Commissioner Hess.
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez.
Nay.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Chair Price.
Yes. Motion carries. Please note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7 calendar day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day. Thank you, everyone, for sticking it out and your patience with us today. That concludes our consent agenda, but we do have office news, I do believe.
Yes, departmental update. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just wanted to let the Planning Commission know that our team, during our Planning Division meetings, we're working to implement some new internal systems that will boost our project transparency, our efficiency of processing, and the quality of our analysis, as well as communications with the applicant. Our goal is to, one of the things that we've done is instituted 2 levels of review. First, a peer review when the staff report is a draft form, and then it'll come to me. Legal questions, of course, will be addressed by County Counsel. It is not until that staff report is vetted fully that the public hearing notice will be sent out. So there will be no more scheduling of hearings until we feel that the project is ready to present to you. Let's see, a couple other things, little changes, so that we're going to make sure we're not missing any details particular to agency comments. And we're also going to be revamping and updating the style of our staff reports. I think that some of the information that is in there is more stylistic rather than necessary. And so we will be working together as a team to get you a staff report that will convey all the information that you need in order to make informed decisions, but cutting out some of the excess.
And then on that note, if I may, when we get our agendas, I tend to read all of my agenda items, word for word, verbatim. If they are repetitive in any way, because I know sometimes when I'll read the description and then staff wants to do their report, they have to go, they go back through the APNs and everything else. I don't know if that's something that we just have to do, or if that'll be changed on the agenda for future.
Madam Chair, sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but as per your question, staff can certainly draft the agenda that is most helpful to the Planning Commission and informative to the public. But if you do have an excessively long paragraph and it lists like 100 APNs, or a great deal of information that is not essential to identify the item being heard,
Okay.
you can exclude that information and say as further described in the attached staff, or further described in the staff report.
Okay.
Dated whatever date.
Okay.
As long as the information there necessary, you read the information necessary to identify the item that is.
And I actually personally like it when on the agenda, the projects are described a little bit in, more detail, because I feel like everyone's attention span is only so long. So, just to kind of come forward with it, so.
Thank you. And that is a good segue to my next thing, which
Yay.
is, should you have any further questions, concerns, or suggestions regarding staff reports, please feel free to reach out to me.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, we're also adding in our regular planning division meetings a time that's just dedicated to interesting counter questions or project questions, because planning, I think, is done best when it's done collaboratively.
Yeah.
And so we're going to make sure that it helps our newer planners as well as our experienced planners to talk about projects together. Secondly, I have a request for the Planning Commission. According to the California labor laws, staff that works more than 5 hours in a period is required to have a lunch break that starts no later than the beginning of the 5th hour. So for our staff that's present here today, and it's not just because my stomach is rumbling, but the staff that's here today start their days at around 8 o'clock. So typically at about 12:30 during our meetings would be a great time to break for lunch.
Okay.
I know that it hasn't been an issue in the past because your agendas may not have been as robust, but as if it looks like going forward that we're going to have a longer day, I would appreciate it if we would break at 12:30 for lunch for staff.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that. And we'll just, I'll keep that in mind too with any changes to staff reports or agendas. Any questions or anything?
No, I just have something I want to show Nicole and Maria on the property management plan. After this is done, just have a question. I don't know if that needs to be done in the public or we can do that after.
The property management plan for a particular project, or?
Yeah, so I'm not clear on, so we had the discussion about the access to the cultural resource reports.
Oh, I see.
So the site is identified in one of the reports, but it's not listed by number or exact location, but it's on the map.
Mm-hmm.
And so in future, should we be asking, or planning division be asking to remove that off of the plans, or?
If you do
Because
know,
it becomes public and it's,
no, absolutely. If you do, ideally it'd be noticed before it made it to the Planning Commission, because then it is effectively almost entirely public.
yeah.
But yes, those identifying names, numbers, locations, that's all protected information that should be redacted. So yes, it should be removed from the material.
Okay.
And so I wouldn't catch that. That would come before it got to me, then I would see it.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody knows, the reason for that is to protect the resource so that the public doesn't know, and people who would otherwise go and either impact it or take it, whatever it is, will not know where exactly to find the materials or the items. So yeah, the problem with your suggestion, Commissioner, is that if we show you, we will effectively have made it public. So I understand the offer, I do, and I do agree that if we have someone looking at it ahead of time for that purpose alone, it would be beneficial. However, you are a commissioner, and as such, everything we share with you becomes public. So if the staff has you review it ahead of time and you find something that's material, it has already been made public. So that's the concern there. So it should be redacted from all materials that are shared with you.
Okay. Yeah, and so why I raised that question, because there's an outline on the last projects, and it's showing the location of it says archaeological area.
Yeah.
And so the concern I have about the redacted information is the significant level of what's found. So if there's human remains found, then for me, that's a major concern. And if I don't know that information, that can impact the decision I make.
Right.
So I'm just wondering, based off of that type of information and being redacted, how do we come to a accurate decision?
So that is, for whatever an individual's view of the AB 52 process may be and how it's handled, that is the purpose of the AB 52 consultation, is so that any cultural resources not only could be identified that would otherwise not be discoverable by staff or known by the state in any kind of database, so that they can be known and avoided, but also that not severity, but the importance of the discovery, for example. I mean, all of it is important to preserve, but understandably, people would probably put more weight on a burial site than they would on a collection of items like bone chips or not bone chips, but like stone chips and evidence of habitation, right? So that would be the purpose of the AB 52 consultation, and then the purpose of the mitigations would be to help create some protections for that resource. So if there is that kind of resource identified or known, then that is where that mitigation will be handled, or where staff would address with the culturally affiliated tribes the appropriate way to address that particular cultural resource, how to preserve it, whether it should be in situ, whether it should be moved, how to avoid it entirely, if that's not possible, how to protect it, that type of thing. That's what that conversation is for.
Okay, and so I guess the follow-up question is, and the reason why I bring this up is I don't know who trains our staff in those specific areas, and so as it's been stated by community members, and the more development that happens, the more the resources are coming up, and I could blanketly say, without any scientific proof, that I know where certain habitation places were, but that doesn't mean anything because it's not scientifically been documented. And so the concern I have is that sometimes these things might get overlooked. And so, for example, the cremation practice versus internment, and how are we making determination to even identify that in the field when that takes a specialist to do that? Right. And so those are just, like I say, questions that I always kind of have in my mind. Yeah,
and they're legitimate concerns. That's why the culturally affiliated tribes are contacted, those that are known to be affiliated, and I'm not sure if staff actually has, if a tribe requests notification for certain areas or for projects in general, then they should be provided notification of the projects and be given the opportunity to participate in an AB 52 consultation. My understanding is staff will be, or at least there is a tribal representative who will be presenting. Will it be on 9/8?
That's just what is, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So on September 8th, who will be presenting a kind of a training for the commission, and staff will be attending either remotely or in the room about AB 52 consultations, their purpose, what they're intended to protect, how they're intended to be integrated into the process, the land use and planning process, and the CEQA evaluation. So there is training planned in that respect. And I think staff does attend CEQA. I mean, this would be a better question for department staff, but I think they do attend CEQA training. But as per your concerns, the goal is to involve the culturally affiliated tribes right at the beginning, so that, and cultural resource is a broad term. It's intended to encompass not just, as you said, scientifically noted things or something buried in the ground. It is intended to encompass anything that is culturally affiliated with the tribe that has some kind of importance that would be impacted by the zoning and the use, right? So that would be vistas, locations that were historically used for various purposes, either religious or personal, for communities. So rock formations, and not all of those are noted in various places. So they're not necessarily, there isn't necessarily a record of those with the county, and there isn't necessarily a record of those with the state. This is why we have the AB 52 consultation, because the expert in these would be the tribes. So their participation in the AB 52 consultation is where that is determined, and then the result of that would be adopting mitigations that would avoid altogether or limit to near nothing impacts to
Yeah,
the resource.
and that's, and I'm happy to hear that, that there's training coming up, and I guess that's, if we're going to be attending that, is that?
It'll be during a planning commission
Okay,
meeting.
okay, great, so I can probably bring some of my nightmare scenarios to that meeting of.
There we go.
Please do. Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
If I could just add to her input, we've been discussing AB 52 notification procedures the last couple of weeks amongst the staff. And at this point, tribal nations have two ways to request consultations. The first is when there's going to be an initial study with a negative declaration or a mitigated negative declaration. That is a compulsive, we automatically send out an AB 52 notice. Secondarily, for all other projects that we do not anticipate a neg deck or a mitigated neg deck, we still send the tribes what we call our RFR, our request for review. That's the initial request for review that's just standard that we send out to stakeholder agencies, other departments, and the tribes. The benefit of that review is that we don't see a reason for an initial study. We think it's going to qualify for a categorical or statutory exemption. But this is the tribe's opportunity to say, we got some concerns in this, we want a consultation. And so that way we want to make sure that we don't have any projects that the tribes don't have a chance to have input on. So that's how we're doing it now.
Kind of giving them the option to.
Both ways, because see, there are a number of categories that are exceptions to the exemptions, because it's government, it has to be confusing, but one of those is historical impacts. And so that's why it's really important that the tribe reviews those RFRs, because just because we don't think it's going to require further review for environmental analysis, you're probably going to have knowledge that we don't. And so that's when you would reach out and say, I think that this could have impacts on cultural resources, and we would then do a consultation then too.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further for office news? No? Excellent. Thank you for your patience and everything today, everybody. Good job, and meeting is adjourned. Bye, Chavez.
Bye.